How you doing? Happy Friday! It's Friday night, baby. Somewhere, and we're gonna try to see this game through. So buckle up, cause sheesh, this game is melting my brain. I need to stop. I hope everyone's doing good. Thanks for tuning in. Did I watch 007? I did watch the 007 thing. Yeah, I'm excited. I hope they don't fuck it up. It's looking good. An unused Van Zeek's pose? Sure. Real quick, I'm gonna try to keep the pre-stream ramble, try being the operative word, try to keep the ramble to a minimum so we can get back into it, because as I understand it, we got a lot left ahead of us. And, I want to try to get to it. Deep into the game files. Oh. Hold on, let me try to open image. Yeah, that works. I did a little bit ago, I found a browser extension that lets you open Reddit images as if they were images, which is a fun sentence I get to say in current year. This is very good. Because without the extension, they've added these, like, borders of being like, this is on reddit.com, check it out, and it just makes it impossible to zoom in. That's really good. There's also a PNG of, I've hired this racist to stare at you. Ah. This is a PNG, I believe. That sucks real bad. I love rules card. Yeah, exactly. Yo, put a comments on this post. Nice. So, I'm so sad they cut this. I don't even know how it could have. If they cut it to him just suddenly doing this, I'd just be like, what do you mean? Yeah, the Pursue music is good. Anyway, it only felt proper to start stream with some Game Boy Advance crunch, because it's been a journey, and we're gonna get going. So first of all, paint me like one of your girls. Yeah. First of all, between streams, Holly Moly resub for 15 months. And said, curse you not being caught up with Great Ace for making me resub in offline chat. Also, chat, now that Barry's nearing the end of / is done with Great Ace, place your bets for how long it will take for the next Ace Attorney game to be announced. I mean, Capcom has the opportunity to do the funniest thing here. Because I've been saying for a long time that they were going to announce one as soon as I was finally caught up. So, even if it happens, like, within the next year or two, I'll claim credit for it. But, no, it's been a great ride, and I want to, I don't know. I'm just saying the same thing over and over. Just whatever Shu Takumi's cooking. If he's cooking, I hope he's cooking. If he's not cooking, I hope he's doing good not cooking. GG07, also, I'm not Jonathan, resubbed between streams. Thank you. Ghost Trick 2 would fix me. That would cure all of my ails. A Game Fan, thanks for 50 months. 3Bs in a trench coat, thanks for 6 years. End of an era. Can't believe Barry and Phoenix Wright both stop existing today. Sad face. We'll miss it. It's true. I'm gonna end my stream and go, and just get cross-dissolved into nothingness. Smash for 100 bits. Yacht Club Games announced Mina the Hollower has officially gone gold. Still no release date yet, but at least it's good to know it's finally finished. Hope the game's a huge hit. Yacht Club deserves all the success in the world. I concur. I'm very excited for Mina. I am a biased source because I'm privileged enough to have met a number of the Yacht Club devs over the years. So I'm speaking from a place of bias, but also, game looks rad, and I'm very excited for it. So, I hope it's been worth the wait. Emmons, thanks for 38 months. Which gay lawyer will come back from the dead this time? All of them. And including lawyers who haven't been born yet. They're all gonna rise. It's gonna end like a Star Wars. We're gonna just see a bunch of ghosts and they're all gonna be clapping. It's gonna be end of Ava. They're gonna say a medito. I think the ending is gonna be extremely underwhelming. They're not gonna resolve anything. Everything's gonna explode and they're just gonna be standing in a circle around Ryunosuke, just head in his hands, going, and they're like, congratulations, you won. Somehow Von Karma's running for it. Yeah, back to back. See, I've been playing coy this whole time, but actually, I know everything that's gonna happen, and every time I fucked it up, which is all the time, it's because I'm doing a bit. I actually know everything, of course, naturally. Darkra, thanks for 65. The end is near. Excited for you to finish your Ace Attorney journey. Been watching since Ghost Trick. Your streams in general helped me through some rough patches. Seeing you play through all my all-time favorite game series has been so much fun. Buckle up. Here's the last stream. Objection. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And yeah, it's crazy to be here. An alternate time period? Yeah, I agree. Sci-fi Ace Attorney? That would be silly. Oh god. Anyway, let's go. Let's fucking do it. I like to provide like a recap / here's chat's chance to remind me of shit I've forgotten. But how could I? we have like hours and hours and hours and hours that are still relevant to what's happening. The most recent development was we had a very fun investigation sequence with Sholmes and Professor Mikotoba, who were on the SS not Buria, SS Grouse, and found Judge Jigoku, and then with the power of cell phone technology, which is cool. I'm glad that they invented that. So then we had the trial delayed an extra day to get Judge Jigoku to testify because he's got some splaining to do. And I hope it's red herrings, because if it's all the way that I've assumed it's to be, like, yeah, I was like, maybe it's him or him, and then it seems to only be Judge Jigoku is the most sus. I'm sure there's some twists and turns ahead, so. Judge Son Goku, correct. Mm-hmm. Yes, Cosmo. Thank you very much for that, Booper Duper. Before I get to that, yes, Cosmo was I want to say confirmed. Nothing's confirmed until it's confirmed. But it seems likely that he was hired as an assassin from Japan, for some reason, to go to England to kill Gregson, which seems odd for multiple reasons. So I can only assume that it maybe has ties to the events from 10 years ago in a more concrete way, but I don't know. I don't know. Taking a contract, but he never say plan on following through. No, but we know that he hit things he was going to admit to Ryunosuke they never got around to. he had ulterior motives for going to Britain other than becoming a lawyer. As for whether or not he would go through with it, yeah, we don't know. We also don't know what happened because he's like, yeah, no, we tried to get Judge Jigoku. Well, yeah, there was the whole thing where you thought he was alongside, I thought he was alongside with Gregson on a mission. He went on the ship on a mission for Gregson, and his blade broke inside of his luggage, and he's like, that's not relevant. So, something happened, and we still don't know exactly, even though there was a bullet hole in Judge Jigo's room. We don't know for certain that that's where Gregson was killed, but now it seems like the likeliest thing. We know that there's ice on the ship, so he could have been chilled on the ship, so it's really looking like the ship was the point where Gregson was killed, but there's still a lot of questions unanswered, so it's a beef swap all the way down. And then a rat said PP. That's the most important part of all. So, Bloober, thanks for the hammy. I really appreciate it. Your Ace Attorney series was what really cemented you as my all-time favorite streamer ever, so this is a little bittersweet for me. Thanks for being awesome, and hope you're ready for hope you're ready, which you're most definitely not. Yes, I am. I'm not. So let's get perfect music. Chat. I don't know what the fuck is happening, but we gotta go back to court one last time. Unless it's like 10 hours from now and I'm like, chat, I gotta tap out. We'll see. Hopefully it goes well. Let's get back. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Pull me back. Pull me back in. Coach, I'm ready. No, you've got, all of your bones are broken. Coach, I'm ready. Pull me back in. Coach. No, I really think you need to go to the hospital. No, coach, I'm good for it. I'm good for it. I'm gonna make the grand slam. We're not playing. Literally, you look like the goo guy from X-Men. No, I'm good, coach. Coach. I got the vibes. What does that mean? I don't know. It means that I've got the vibes for success. I listened to an audiobook on how to win, and it's all about a mindset. Yeah, I hear you, but literally all your bones are mush. I don't know what this bit is anymore. Let's get back into it. The resolve over here. Let's get out. Coach, I gotta make my dad proud. Before we begin, I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog is my friend, and we're roommates. We've moved in together. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. We hold hands and do chaos control. It's very cute. And the discovery the respected Yard Inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Have a good football manager. Put all your guys back in and go, Coach, please. Coach. I'm good for it. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve, TM, to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, huh? Yeah, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? That is the best questions anyone asked in a long time. I would also like to know. He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. No, but you're compromised. We did this. It's not about delaying your punishment. It's about you should not be, even if you didn't commit any crimes, like, which you clearly did. You did what? That's not the law. Well, it is when Strongheart's like, I can do whatever I want. Right? He wrote to Strongheart, he said, right? Yeah. So Strongheart's like, listen, I'm not the top brass. I still have aspirations, but apparently I can do whatever I want. In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. He's finally gonna rip off his skin-tight jacket. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma! Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Reaper. Aw, man. Cosmo's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? Maybe he's like a steampunk automaton, and we just aren't realizing that because we so desperately wish for Kazuma to still be alive. And we're gonna look back and it's just like a trash can with smoke coming out of it. And we're like, shit! We got played. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. We're in the game already. We're going. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Maya's in there. Spinning. Yes, my lord. Normally I'd be like, haha, funny joke, but, you know. You can't out-stupid the Shutakumi. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Flips the little placard from closed to open. We resume the closed hearing of Barak Van Zeeks. Was this the same music that played yesterday? The defense is ready, my lord. It is? Jesus. It is a crazy theme. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Me when I'm streaming, right? Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is gonna test it to the limit. Things you say when you've reached the final battle. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Huh. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. There's an alternate version of this theme. This theme is already nuts. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he's also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. So if anyone says the phrase, oh god, I had it, I lost it. The investigations, fucking, diplomatic immunity, extraterritory, yeah, all extraterritoriality, like, if anyone says any of that shit, I'm turning off the game. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. Yeah, mind chess. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. Extraterrestrial. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering students turning up here of all places. Brother, that's not... You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. The vibes suck really bad already. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. I would object to everything you've said so far. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? This is gonna be tough, isn't it? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. He's from space. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all of this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. Burgos Bintered, you say? A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved, TM, to carry this through to the very end, too. Yeah. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Well. The first question of the day is always an easy one. So, when you say this case, I need you to narrow that down slightly. Got a gun. Well, I'm gonna be a grade A's attorney too when I'm done with this. Yeah. Well, here's a photo of us. Everyone in this photo is guilty of something. The Asogi papers, I don't think... Do I even have his name in anything? Am I overthinking it? This is the passport. He's going to France. Clint's autopsy report. Yeah. The blade. Evacuation drill. Small component. Telegram from Japan. Ah. Am I? Take that! More state secrets? Okay. This, don't ask me how I know. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Yep. You little... What, me when I'm innocent? Where did you get that? In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. State secrets. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No! Do you like Stephen Sondheim, kid? Assassins. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital, where, unfortunately, beef swap did indeed occur. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Is 50-50 on revealing state? I think he always will reveal state secrets when given the opportunity. I think his batting average is 100%. It's a fun musical. It's a very strange musical. We did it in our high school, which is even crazier to think about a high school troupe putting together that show of all shows. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. Assassins. It's a musical about successful and attempted assassinations of US presidents. It's a very interesting musical. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi. Beef Swap the musical. Lil Mao? Yeah, no, look into it. It's interesting. Whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson? K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. For some reason. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. It's like a cultural exchange. I think you're being quite close-minded, Ryunosuke. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Meanwhile, everyone in the judiciary gallery being like, oh, I'm pretending I'm surprised. This is news to me. We're not all complicit in this, right? Oh my god. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. And that person was you, Judge Jigoku. What's this all about? He didn't know. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. Technically, he didn't lie. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. They're ass-assins. Let me see you shake that. Ass. But actually, I didn't lie. It's true, and I'm mad. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name? And I'm very, very bad about it. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. That's not how that works, but... oh, if it were. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grus. Military assassins named jailbreaking me as Je suis Britain. Or I'm British and French. I'm British, but I'm also Asian. I also happen to be a government-backed assassin as a little treat. Giselle Brett being Je suis Brit. I see that. I do actually see that. The rest, I'm not fully on board your theory there, but like that is fun. I didn't think about that. Pregande? Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. If you squint with the language, I mean, what is the evolution of language? But just squinting and going, yeah, maybe. There's no need for quite a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. This case is really pushing to limit my capacity to distinguish deep, bassy voices. Because I got Strongheart, I got Jigoku, I got Van Zeeks. The regular judge isn't here, thankfully. But they all kind of have about the same voice. So I'm just like, It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. Huh? He's just admitting it? What's his play? What's his play? The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. I thought it was gonna be like, I don't know what that's about. This is what I was doing on the 31st. See you later. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. Yeah, there was a kitten. On the evening in question, oh, he's talking about more recently, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have had heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. No, but there was a gunshot on, on the wall, bullet hole. I mean, we can't prove when that happened, but, well. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. You're currently discussing it. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Hit him with the takedown, Susato! Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know? What? Cool motive, still murder, which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, counsel? You're dragging him. This is why he should not be the prosecutor right now. This is kangaroo court. This is soup court. The finale of the Game of Lawyers, the end of an era. Visiting my new house. Excited. Congrats. Hope it goes well. Kazuma-sama! Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain, and if he's in the room right now, maybe holding a cool unicorn. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. Uh-huh. And how'd you break your sword? In short, this assassin exchange the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. Was it Sholmes? It might have been Sholmes. Moving back and forth between... We still don't know why Sholmes was on the SS Buri in the first place, is the crazy thing. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak van Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. In case wasn't he looking for the ballerina? Was that his motive? I forgot if that's why he was there. That's plausible, though. He was intercepting the messages. Is that how he was doing it? Via steamship? It's fine. It doesn't really matter. I'm just like, I don't trust anything anywhere in this. Remember not sharing the voice. No! It's funny if my voice is turned to mush. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it's not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. Why not? We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yeah. I've on the other side. Yeah. Yes, my lord, I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. I mean, to be fair, at this time and point in history, they made it very clear that, like, Britain is the more dominating force here. So it would be reasonable for the British side to have more leverage in the relationship. But, also, let's endeavor to expose the whole truth. 5 minutes later, I see no reason to further pursue this assassination plot. And we're like 10 minutes into the game today. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago. Hold it! Uh-huh. A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. But then how come Kazuma was surprised earlier? We pointed out, like, that the judge, he was like, why is my name on the list? And he's like, huh, the judge? And now he's like, yeah, he came up and told me. But that seemed like a genuine response. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course. Why, yes, my name is also, would you like to go to Britain on an assassination plot? But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. Stupid enough to leave that lying around? Maybe. Or he just didn't know the nature. He didn't know that it was like an assassination exchange. He just understood his side of, you need to go to Japan, or go to Britain and kill this guy. So, that still works. So you agreed to it, just for that? Yeah, he didn't know about the swap. I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship, and also kill a guy. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I'm bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. To prevent the study tour. Right, Sholmes was trying to stop him from joining the study tour. That is correct. Yeah, that was all the shit from last night. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that tracks. Now he wants to be lawful. When it's convenient for him. The target was Inspector Gregson. It was a condition.
Hold it!
Mm-hmm. Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yeah, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Uh-huh. I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission.
Hold it!
Mm-hmm. I never lose. There you go. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. Surprise kitten! The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Oh, my hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Somehow, months later, my memory returned, but I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I have no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea? On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin.
Hold it!
Chicken stroganoff. Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Chimpkin. That's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. Were the cabins soundproof? They were not. However, someone had wadded up the brass horn, whatever it is, because the crew is able to make announcements into the cabins, but that means they could also hear what happens inside cabins. So it was balled up. More importantly, there was a period of 20 minutes when they would have been reviewing evacuation procedures where someone could have been murdered. So I'm waiting for my chance to throw that out there. I'm not worried about it being soundproof per se. I'm just like, there was a window of opportunity. Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. A little killing and a little tea and a little bundling yourself up inside your luggage. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. I really like the idea that, Kazuma and Gregson went there together. Gregson was there to kill Jigoku. Kazuma was there to kill Gregson. And maybe Jigoku was there to kill Kazuma. Not there to kill, but would have taken the chance to be like, you didn't do what you were supposed to do. And then all three of them kill each other and left an implausible crime scene. That would make for an interesting case. Of just like, someone came here and killed them and then left. Who was it? No. They all killed each other at the same time in a Rube Goldberg contraption. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. Hold it! Yeah, the Three Stooges. There's just the remnants of pie all over the place. The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? Remember the flashback case case-31? Which one? That's right. I did escort the man who was hired to kill to lodge the person who hired me, and in full knowledge that Tsar was planning to kill the person who hired me. Yes. Therefore, I'm innocent. The muscular, although Kazuma's saying he'll whatever punishment is due to him, he'll accept it later. He's not saying he's innocent, he's just like, I didn't kill a guy. Larry, Moe, and Curly Jogoku. God. In the untranslated DLC case where Kazuma is accused of assault, it's revealed if Kazuma wasn't able to go to England, next in line to go on the state tour was Ouchie's son. Which feels funny in regards to the assassination plan. Yeah. Wow. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. He named Chimkin. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot, and it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go. Ho, 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 ho. I didn't mean, ha, 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 you're less important than me. But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Shigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. Mean to her. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Very convenient that he knew that there would be no bullet in there. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Bailiff, hit him with a true. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, We must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. Normal innocent man to do. I always laugh when someone says, you're telling the truth, you must be. Yes. This is me when I tell the truth. The vibes are fucking crazy. I've been suspicious of Strongheart since the first time he showed his face. And now he's the highest ranking official we know who has a name and a portrait. So unless they introduce a new character at the 11th hour, all signs are pointing to him being the British side of the equation here. That aside though, it's just like, the vibes in here are fucking awful. I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, it could be the Queen. It could be Her Majesty the Queen, Missy Elliott. Hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. Welcome. His office has vibes, yeah. 0.00001 seconds from being insurance with us. Yes. It's unforgivable using Cosmo-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Cosmo manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Cosmo-sama's part. One way or another. Gregson ended up dead. Chat, you don't have to whisper in parentheses to each other. I really think the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. It was a triple cross. Where's Ocelot? So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. He said mean thing to me. Kill him. If there'd been a shot fired, I would have heard it. This is us devoted Cosmo, but also the Daniel Street. It's well done. Yes.
Objection.
Once again, if it wasn't that, I was ready to go, what do you mean? What do you mean? As the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. Hi, chat. However, why is chat blank? However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get that? Normal innocent man behavior. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts, and during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Pointing at Kazuma, though.
Objection.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. I do? You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? He was wearing a Halloween costume. Therefore, it had to be the 31st. Gregson. Autopsy. Measurement in disguise at the time of death. Shot close range from the front. Stairs measurement. It was almost Halloween means it wasn't Halloween. So this has nothing to do with the ice and like the ship. It's specifically his cabin. The Super Company saying, I do? I have the evidence to prove it. I do? Probably every single time it's ever come up. Oh, oh, ooh, 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 oh, 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 ooh, ee, oh, 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 ooh, ooh, ee, ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, yeah, well, no, not that. What's happening? I wish I knew. Is traveling trunk removed from the scene? So if he brought this with him on the ship, there's nothing on here that I can conclusively tie to the scene. Just like there's blood on there. I'm afraid it's blood. That means this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. If you didn't know any better, it's supposed to look like greasing for fish and chip. What was in the bag? His passport. But I have to prove that he was in Jigoku's room. Not even the ship as a whole. And the blade was in there. His passport. Return yeah. Clint's autopsy report. His lucky charm. His katana. Take that! It's gotta be that. It's gotta be that. It's not. It is. The music didn't stop or anything. I was like, wait, what? This was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch. I really should be starting with the far right most evidences than going from left to right, because this is the most recent relevant shit. A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is a surefire. I know, but usually the music cuts out when it's like, I have this here. So when it does it, I'm like, oh, what? Got 4 big pockets. He's like an adventure game protagonist. Is missing precisely that part. It can't be. It's not really decisive evidence, but... Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. I would imagine that crowns on watches are... There can't be that many variations, but... Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Acquitted murderer. Objection! They're like fingerprints for clocks. I have 2 watches and the crowns do not work at all with the wrong one. Okay, well, expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Might be a special commission watch. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. But... And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. That's why he's sweating going, what did you... How did you... No, he's going, what? Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. See? I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. That's the craziest thing a judge has ever said in Ace Attorney. You were innocent of that murder, but I should have rendered a guilty verdict because I don't like you. Okay. Sorry. If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Okay. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yeah, Judge Hell? I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Just, you know, threatening people with guilty verdicts if I don't like them personally. That has nothing to do with obstruction. The events in the cabin. And ordering assassinations. Yeah, but that's not obstructing justice. That's creating more crime so justice can flourish. If anything, that's morally good. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I gotta Google something real quick, unrelated to anything that's happening. Ippon Seoi Nage. It's a throw in judo. I see. Okay. One arm shoulder throw. Excellent. He did a Suzato takedown. Alright, got it. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. Hey, Cody. Thanks for the Prime. Did you know with Prime you can and you when you could Prime when you subscribe of the when you Prime smile? Thank you. Chat. If you have Prime, use it somewhere. You can use it here, use it somewhere else. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Okay, now we're getting to it. Because we established his body was there, but he's like, how did it? Ippon Seoi? A common jiu-jitsu martial arts technique in my country. I just had to be patient. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo? I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? No? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves the victim's murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Cool, man. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. I will. Mr. Star, welcome. You haven't missed that much. Jigoku is here and he's obstructing justice. You're caught up. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. Hold it! Hey, a carburetor. Why they call it Prime when I free sub the month gaming out watch the stream? I wish I knew. Thanks. Appreciate it. Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. How do you phrase it? He told him which was the truth. Yeah, I guess. But the man accompanying him would have had two sword, slung around his waist. Minor typo? Is the plural of sword? You mean me. Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells on the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupants returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. In Japanese. It's true. Two sword. Certainly all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. That's how I talked back then. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever. Splatoon reference. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Hold it! That's just how Brits say hello. Obviously, you're talking about Gregson. Yes, though at the time, I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. And that was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. That's how Americans say hello. Where do you think we got it from? I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw. He couldn't wait to run away after that. Hold it! It was the EP bell. Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Iponseo is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. Surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. Very good LA Noire face going on here. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Iponseo throw. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
We got Neo over here. He could dodge bullets. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Oh, what are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, they're killed. You see, Ryunosuke? Their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? If only a ship was a frequent sight for large luggage. Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving the vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. But then that would clearly tie his disappearance to when he left that night. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed that idea then. But perhaps not. Mr. Zara. Like I'm rotating slightly. We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So, transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
You sure? There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. Oh, we did. What did he say about his luggage at the time? So you did! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Well then remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No? So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Have a good beer, B. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Airbrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. Thrown into the sea. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Not of consideration of ghosts, real. So it's gotta be. Not just because it's the new line of dialogue, but also he's like, how did I move the body? And to that I say, how did you? How did you? The telegram, the thing, the sword, the that, the deuce, the dose, his metal trunk. From the scenes from Regina. Are we to say that he was inside of this trunk? Was this, cause this was, is it this trunk? There's stuff inside of it, but that's explainable. It has blood on it. It's been broken. It wound up at the scene. Yeah, it was Gregson's. No, yeah. Cause it was. I don't know. I don't have it. I thought this trunk wasn't that big, but maybe it's possible. Gregson brought this trunk with him, right? And then he gets killed, gets stuffed inside of his own trunk. He's able to bring it back somehow. And then it's at the scene because a guy with red hair was seen going into that building with a trunk. So it's that trunk. It was left there. Then Beppo stole the trunk and brought it back. So it's this.
Objection.
So it's this. Obviously it's that. Obviously. What do you think? I see no inconsistency there. Do you? You could span the Straits of Dover with those wide eyes, Counsel, and be gone from this island forever, I hope. Do you want me to fill the English Channel with tears? It's a very big passport. No, I could have transported. What about, instead of that, have you considered the photo that shows a...
Objection.
It's not as bad as the cat door showing up in the door from the last game, but oh man, Gregson's in the photo too. Oh, Gregson's in the group photo. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. I'm gonna be mad about this photo later. Pass, Barry. Damn it! Damn it! And what's that supposed to mean? Ah! Thank you for this skeletons. #1 most cursed piece of evidence in the series. God damn it. Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? More cursed than the jar of Amife? Yeah, I don't know. There's been a lot of cursed evidence. As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's an exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took I forgot about this conversation. Chekhov's luggage search conversation. God. Damn it. I involuntarily said you flying fuck. Thanks for, if you said that in the chat, I'm glad I didn't see it. If you didn't say that, thanks for your restraint. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, didn't you? I think I even said that would probably be important. And then I immediately forgot. Plot relevant TSA pre-check. Fuck. I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Thank God Gregson was dead, because imagine if his trunk, like, wobbled of its own accord. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? I couldn't look at the trunk and I was mad about it. God damn it. My suspicions were right, though obviously I never could have assumed what was in there. Imagine that version of events where you poke it, it opens up, and dead bodies in there, and you're like, and the game ends. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. Why does it smell like Chippy? As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. You're not suggesting? I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Taking a picture of the body of a guy you knew was like the other time. Yeah. Yeah, that's, this is a fucked up twist. Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could! So we found Judge yesterday. I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely shrimple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel... Is that why all of his clothes were on the floor? No. His clothes were on the floor because he emptied out to make room for himself. We don't know what happened 3 days ago in there. Okay. I got myself confused. It's fine. After we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel. This same trunk he put a corpse in, yeah. You have the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. This clip from a very Mexico at Waterloo? Hold on. This is, I actually need this in my brain right now. Hold on. So it's like a 15-second clip. It's worth it. Hold on. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. The trunk that no one... I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. The trunk that no one at Customs has seen inside of. I'm gonna shut up. I just have reason to suspect them, and it's just clouding my judgment. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. Oh, chat, your restraint in not saying anything is admirable. Thank you. Oh, it's like throwing a boomerang a week ago and then comes back and hits you in the face. Ugh. Okay. Once more, I wish I had something stronger than tea. Okay. Alright. Also, here's a crazy... here's a complete non sequitur. This was 2 streams ago, I think. For anyone that was there, you might recall that, Bath, opened the door to my office and was, fucking around, and then, made a loud noise and departed. And later they were trying to find if anyone had clipped it and couldn't find a clip. So if anyone did clip that moment, let me know, because Bath wanted to watch that clip. And if no one did clip it, that's fine. If someone wants to go back and find that, be my guest. But I was wondering if anyone did. Yes, the quack. Yeah, the quack that happened. Yeah. So, let me know. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I think it was during the scene back at 221B Baker Street, but I don't know exactly when. Yeah, share the fart clip if you have it. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, and a lot of chat thinks is really cute, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. They did a fart in all caps, yeah. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. And he give him the Ganondorf. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Let's see if that was the duck clip. It's not. Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. Just come from game 1 where I was sorry and I had no idea. Oh, yeah, hold on. And I can see that you have both laid firm foundations for that already. This was from when? This was from the first game months ago? 3 months ago. Okay. What the hell is this about? I'm looking at Sholmes, so I'm already upset. This is the last one I'm gonna look at. Hello. I hate Sholmes. What do you mean? He's the source of half the conflict in the game. What's not to love? I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? Half is an understatement. Okay. Well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay. Appropriate music as I crumble before your eyes. I can see you've both laid firm foundations. Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? He's the whole reason. Well, Shutakumi's the whole reason. Hanging out the stream. Yeah, I was hanging out the stream a little bit last night and I was yelling about this game. And the psychic damage it's done to everyone involved. There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you could even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard, which we proved was a firecracker on a candle, as the accused, Barak Van Zieks, shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite shrimply. Because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence contradicts that claim. Well, this was found there, but they're saying that's not proof he was killed there. There's the bit of the sword that was broken at this on the ship. I don't know if that's enough. But what else could it be? I have to prove that it just not. I'm not proving where it happened. I'm proving it wasn't on Fresno Street. So something that ties the actual death to somewhere else, that it couldn't have happened there. Probably my badge. You wonder what they'll feel every time. I mean, well, we used that previously to determine that he died earlier. That time is not place, so I've been told. There is a lot of blood. Which how? Days old blood? How would that? Oh no, we said that might be animal blood or something. Because we know the way to test for it. Time of death intermediate, indeterminate. It exited the body from behind. The bullet exited the body, and there was no bullet hole on the wall. Right?
Take that!
The Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction only to present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East. What? In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You'll be penalized accordingly. Okay. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time.
Thank you, Miss Susato. That's such good advice.
Are you going to try again, or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out? The prosecution claims Inspector Gregson died instantly at Fresno Street.
God damn it.
Have you tried the correct answer? Yeah, well, listen, you. It's not as easy as that sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, I got it, locked in. And sometimes I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? I owe her a hint coin? Yeah. God, what do I do? Here's a hint coin. Have you tried the correct answer? Here's a second hint coin. Try thinking about it, and then present the right answer. Oh, thank you, Mr. Zato. I understand now. Probably best to handle it, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. What contradicts the claim? What did he say about the thing? Was the victim killed in the room, or was he moved there after his death? There's a piece of evidence that shows the answer surprisingly clearly. So what do I have that proves he was moved after his death? And is it obvious? And am I just stupid? Well, don't answer that question, but... No, none of this. None of this. It's none of that. It's not the autopsy report, apparently. I'm just gonna turn the flea from the wild thornberries real quick. Saying the airport was after he... Would he not have rigor mortised by that point? God. I don't know. The watch?
Take that!
The watch again? Not the watch? Not the watch. Okay. I mean, I said myself, that points to time, not place. But the time meaning he would have been there for days? His ID. You just present the bullet you so clearly have. Yeah, I have to just prove where the bullet is. Why is this so weird? I don't think that proves anything. Every time I try to make it prove something, it doesn't. Which means it will work now.
Take that!
Obviously, that's it. Did Sholmes eat it? I don't think the bullet... I'm assuming that he grabbed the bullet out of the wall and disposed of it somewhere, because that's easier to dispose of than a whole body. Okay, I might need either a nudge from chat or something, because of that. Now I'm just random bullshit go, and that never feels good. So if anyone's got anything, go for it. Not that, not the telegram. It's probably the Sholmes doll. He died, but not in that. He died instantly, but not in that room. Your hint is shrimp. The fish and chip. Maybe. I don't know. The shrimp hint. What has to do... I don't know what... That makes me think of fish and chip. Would it be the smell? It's shrimple? Am I overthinking it still? Shrimps are red. Like this is red. Shrimply. Believe it or not. He died instantly. And he had a fish and chippy. Posture check. Thank you. My posture's always bad when I stream. I intentionally do not have a posture check channel point redeem. Because I would just constantly be like, and I would just immediately go back. But is it his pose? Are you saying he's shrimping? That's the posture check. All that was also a hint. That was also a hint. The fact that he's shrimping like that is a clue that he was moved? But how? Because that's the pose he took inside of the case.
Take that!
Oh. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. That was a good hint, actually. The point is the posture of the body itself. The dice, rigor mortis, like you said. Yeah, but then I wasn't thinking about, yeah, If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Unless he got shot with a cannonball. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. This is a very good bit that I hadn't even... Yeah, when I first saw the body, I was like, it's kind of weird that he's curled up, but like, I immediately stopped thinking about it. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting? He was a shrimp. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out onto the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Finally, it was Shrimple. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. Unfortunately, that's not how that works, but yeah, thanks. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... Privileges? At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Get his ass! Nothing's more important than the truth. Mystic of the East was a real fascination at the time in Great Britain. Both China and Japan represented developed nations with very different cultures and diets that had Britain making them a hot topic of discussion. In upper-class circles, the massive wave of rice and fish dishes at the time were a result of this, alongside some minor trends in interior decor and fashion. There's the order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Thanks, Mouse. Won't be able to stay. Appreciate it. It's been delightful. I appreciate that. Thank you. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well. I admit it. Uh-huh. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Mm-hmm. But I didn't kill him inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God, outrageous. It was you. You admit to Inspector Gregson's No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. Is that... I might have killed him, I forgot. I had a lot to drink that night. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin. Oh, not too late. Oh my God, thank you for clipping that. I'm not gonna watch it on stream, but I can send it to Bath. Thank you. You've done a great service on this day. There you go. Thank you. I appreciate it. I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. Why would, if you went back to your room on a ship and there was a dead body, why would you be like, oh no, I'm inconvenienced and can't throw it into the ocean? Normal style on this man. I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You could have told the police. You could have told the fucking ship. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. This is how he's gonna play it. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. So now we're gonna have prosecution and defense just Gmod noises beating the shit out of him. Source engine physicsing through the floor. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jiguku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. Like a cheap cigar. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Then why didn't you from the very beginning go, what? There was a body in my room? Or what do you mean? Yeah, I disposed of a body. It was crazy. Nothing about it holds up. Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. With crowbars of justice. On an assassination mission, no less, that I gave him? Let us not forget, you wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jiguku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jiguku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is absolutely possible. 100%. Well, it is possible, my lord. What? How could you? Do you think I want to believe it? But the fact is, I can't say with complete certainty what actually happened because I wasn't there. I mean, yeah. You disappoint me, Ryunosuke. If I may, Mr. Naruhodo. I think perhaps that's why we form opinions based on evidence. Ah, so true. And actually, we have evidence that can settle this argument conclusively. My lord, the defense would like to present evidence in support of... Before you plow on, feigning ignorance of what's just occurred, counsel. You must be penalized for that short but embarrassing ah you uttered a moment ago. I was penalized for going ah? I really thought I could just brush past it if I was quick enough. Just scooch under the door. Never mind the penalty, the truth is all that matters. Judge Jiguku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. Time me out. Ah. Goodbye. Enjoy your time out. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Yeah, Indiana Jones, exactly. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. I could load my save, but this is funnier. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? It's impossible because his sword was broken?
Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. I'm trying to help you, man. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep. Make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo. I can't upset Susanoo, so I'll end up being upset too. I can't upset her. I'll be upset that I upset her, and she's upset. We know a member of the DK crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabins nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. Okay. If she cries, I'll cry. And then we'll all be crying. So does that mean... Yeah, that's kind of why I'm, like, lowering my HP. It's because I'm kind of curious what the game over is right now. Don't choke. With the... Then this?
Take that!
He wasn't a member of the crew. I mean, the game told me to present this, basically. This itinerary for crew members is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Let me read it again. All crew members regarded some of the main deck and review. Okay. The time frame for the murder. But how could... We'll see. The moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman's sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Okay. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. And Kazuma had already left the ship. Okay. Okay. I did not fully put that together, I should have. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Right. I spent the night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. And he was like, my name would be in the ledger for the inn I stayed at. So it's easily verifiable. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he'd really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back. Nuh-uh. That's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, Unless he's that good of an assassin that he got someone to forge his name and put it in a ledger. So it's not really... But it's fine. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jiuku? It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. He did it again. It's over. My life is over. Why is that what happened though? He's just that buff. He's gonna be fine for that a second time. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. That's why they... okay, that was their plan. So their plan involved the assassins probably getting caught? That's crazy. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. Usually I come when you murk a guy. I play a lot of Hitman, which is a documentary. And I always get out without being shot to death and captured. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. Because Sholmes schemed with a cat. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. Oh, that's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. How many pause courses this time? Don't worry about it. I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, whoever that may be, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Don't say, you're gonna get penalized. That means the assassin exchange was... it was all planned by the Reaper. This is, POV, you're the corpse of Gregson. It's quite good. It's quite good. Thank you. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. I can't believe it's coming back to France. From the early days of me playing the series and yelling France into my DS. All this way. How awful. He died of France. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. Maybe he was just lunging for the chippy. I'd received the British-issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Lucky for you, they hadn't updated the model of gun they issue. Because if the evidence was like, this was previously what they issued to the judiciary and whatever, like a long time ago, that would have pointed them much sooner. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. What did you think you were gonna have to use it for? So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room that no one would go into for the rest of the trip. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. How did no one find the body in the ice? Darsh Army still uses AKs from the 50s. That's true. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. Do not disturb on the ice. on the freezer. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel, then. Hugh Boone. I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So it's fine. I can't get over how perfectly timed the candle trick was, but I was like, if the person who lived in that room or knew that room, I don't know, if they had time to like test it and they knew how long the candle lasted. He just saw a candle, was like, that looks like a 3-hour candle, boom, done, whatever. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. Mayhap. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. That's true, people did know their candles far better than I do. So it's plausible, it's just, I don't know. I don't know why it bothers me so much, but I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. He spent 6 years in Britain, it's true. The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. I don't know why that weirdly feels more plausible. It not being hours in advance, it just being 15 minutes of candle, that's just like a little bit down, as opposed to like, I'm gonna measure it all the way down to there and then leave it. I'm like, okay. I'm weirdly more okay with that. So Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Not Mr. Daly, except at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat's pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabinet accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. 3. Thank you, dude. Yeah, I love that he broke the whole witness stand. Now he's just standing there. Standing here. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors that I certainly knew nothing about. The witness will be tried in the coming days. Are the pieces on the ceiling like a lost balloon? For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. But why do I feel like it's unresolved somehow? An exchange of assassins, what a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. It's not gonna get any worse, so like, just, you might as well, it's a strong argument. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Maybe you didn't know. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. That's cool that he's a pyromancer. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. This is Van Zeke's trial, and he's supposed to have his own separate trial. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. No telling. Yeah, game's over. Yippee, woo, yeah. Yeah, woo. Now we just have like an entire case from start to finish left to do. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Except, there's still reason that he could believe he's still the Reaper, because as of we haven't, yeah. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, thanks. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled. Right, I'm halfway through. Yep, by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictments brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zeeks, ...
Objection.
Pause for dramatic effect. There it is. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That's the prosecution's unwavering position. Huh? But Judge Yuku's already confessed. Nevertheless, Barak Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. I think Ryunosuke's having the effect of someone going, "Teacher, you forgot to accept our homework." It's like, all right, you can all go home. Wait! Hold on. What if we stayed for another 30 hours? Order, order, order. Those are different charges. I mean, they said at the start that we kind of had two things we were just discussing here. So, it's believable they would keep the trial going. I'll allow it. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard's already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. And yeah, Strongheart can just do whatever he wants here. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. I want to get off Shikumi's wild ride. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks, don't you dare sniffy. I had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. And maybe his roommate. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. They're roommates. They might be. They were shipmates on the high seas. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. Baby pirates. Can we call it Cosmo's stand? We really should. And that's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the Assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Yeah? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Your Honor? What? Huh? A desire to uncover the truth. Hey, JJ. Thank you. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. I want you to stop being a dick. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. This is very weird, because I need to look for something wrong with what he's saying when I'm his lawyer? Like, huh? I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill.
Hold it!
But what if you did it and you forgot? You're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the courts will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. Why did you decide to lie? For the love of the game. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement.
Hold it!
Gregson was innocent except for his love of Chippy corrupted him. You say for years, how long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I do still have the Sholmes doll. I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even. Maybe more. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as Grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. The yub nub. As it turns out, the significance from me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and how I came to discover the body.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that it was if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yeah, even though it wasn't designed for you, you just walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. That's crazy, he was trying to place it on Hubu. Exactly. Not Van Zeeks, that was just coincidence. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Huh, a ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth. I had a desire to throw back at the Clearb. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Hold it!
Well, about 10 years ago, though, huh? There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did, such as where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university, not work as a Japanese university. That's a bit less plausible. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. Love a good callback. It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Work as university. Therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Hold it!
Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we only have the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. I have a thought. We'll see. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. That's what I was, yeah. That line. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo? I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Van Zeeks has something to hide after all? I'm gonna try the first thing that fell into my brain, and if it's not that, then we panic. So that would be... there's no common thread. What about the autopsy report? Not that one. This one.
Objection!
Hooray! What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? Feels good to nail it. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. I'm allowed one slam dunk for 30 Hail Mary misses. Whatever my metaphors are here. Order in court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report to your counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. Professor? I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. Project Hail Mary is so good, but someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proves Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. This is changing the theory that I've been holding on to for a while. Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. The theory of who the professor really was. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. I'll say that it's unlikely the professor was Genshin Asogi, because that would be the most underwhelming twist ever. But the game had led me to believe that it was one of the three Japanese traveling students. And now I'm thinking, what if it wasn't any of the three of them? You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Remember when Cosmo's our friend? Yeah. Come on, Cosmo, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Gregson! Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? I miss him. And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. For the greater good. The greater good. I was just following orders. Yeah. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. And then he cut his luggage. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. He probably thought he was gonna be really cool, and then his sword got stuck in the luggage, and then he broke off the tip. Even if your life depends on it, hiya! Shit, hold on. Oh, fuck. Oh, my sword! Oh, my family's sword! Oh, no! Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated. Yeah, it's the Queen. Then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. Use this Chippy. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zeeks. I could think of at least one other person. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. He chipped his sword. The Chippy. And now, as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be of that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zeeks. Sit down, Strongheart.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was gonna come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is Iris Wilson. 10 years old, 10 years ago. Hell of a coincidence, isn't it? I'm gonna say it's Barrow,
Take that!
because that's funny. It's really palpable now. That overwhelming pressure that's making it almost impossible to speak before this gargantuan foe. But I can't back away now. There's no time. What's the matter, Council? I take exception at the look you're giving me. I was just gathering my thoughts. I'm ready to voice the defense's opinion now. Very well. But before you do, a penalty for time wasting. Ryunosuke. Counsel for defense, reveal your belief about the identity of the Reaper, if you have the courage and the resolve, TM, to utter the name, that is. He's saying I need to have courage and resolve, huh? What happens if I explode here? I kind of want to see. I'm just going to blow myself up real quick. Thanks for doing that. I'm just going right. I'm going to interrupt this very important when I say I gotta watch the flesh color device, realistic eyes of dots can be squished to make it seem as though it's squinting. My eyes are shivering. Ugh. Blech. Ugh. Thank you. Alright. I think the true identity of the Reaper is Beppo! It was Beppo all along! I knew it was coming out to Beppo. It's all full. A sandwich? Hardly. This mystery is a sandwich inside of a bigger sandwich. Well, we have wasted enough time. It's clear to me that any further discussion of this case will be fruitless. Barak Van Zeeks, I would like to think that, however misguided, you acted out of a sense of justice nonetheless, though it pains me to have reached this conclusion. Wait, my lord. In accordance with the findings of this court, I hereby pronounce the defendant, Barak Van Zeeks, guilty. That concludes business. Court is adjourned. I really, you know what I should have done is, I'm curious where it'll put me. As soon as he was, like, about to say innocent, not guilty, and then Kazuma asked for more time, to then fail right there, and he's like, actually guilty. You wasted 2 minutes of my time. Hey, I feel like his name's gonna come up. Alright. No, try identity. I'm just gonna save again. We're at full HP. Old bag. Could it be?
Take that!
Could it be?
The man I've been suspicious of all the whole time? The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, don't look at Reddit, look at this. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. That's a very British way to be like, you lied to me for 10 years and manipulated me and used me. I was very much mistaken. It's like, not a very strong outburst for something like that. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Now! The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Chat, no! It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not gonna defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand? He doesn't know. This guy doesn't know. He has no we're about to do. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. Hey Viz, how you doing? Oh my god, the ghost in the courtroom! I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy. Is this a... Oops. There's no one left. Sad but true. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. I'll do it. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything up against Strongheart. Ryunosuke, please. I'm sorry, Kazuma. Mr. Naruhodo? Isn't there someone rather important to whom you've overlooked? Huh? Your silence is beautifully eloquent. I take it we've reached the end of this debate, then? Let the matter be closed for good.
Objection.
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Could it be Maria? Who, Ryunosuke, who? Tell me. Kazuma? Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm like, either it's Sholmes, or it's Maria, or I don't know. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is... I mean, Maria might not hold up because, it would be hearsay. It would be like game of telephone. Yeah. Also, she would have been 9? Is it, Sholmes? Am I overthinking it? Is it Eugene Mikotoba? He was there.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese person. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. He doesn't know? And that's why Mikotoba's still alive? It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. El no sabe. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. That's a lot better than Maria Gori. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness and as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikitoba's in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yeah. So, present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Oh, shit. That's probably true. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me? Yes. Your punishments for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you'll be remanded following these proceedings, willingly I trust, since you gave your word. I hope that Santa Judge comes in with a steel chair. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... No! No, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Mr. Sholmes! Oh, shut it down. Shut it all down. This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Oh. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? Oh, tap dance. You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. This is a closed case, you should leave. Oh, but I was here from the start, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture, you will note a device under your chair. You can press either button to render your vote. After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? He's been saving up all of his brain cells for this moment. Order in the court. It seems to me we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. How can a door also be ajar? My friends, we stand before the doorway to darkness. Did somebody mention the doorway to darkness? Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. His powers of rage baiting. The auditors of this gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence. He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. If he calls the trial to an end, it must end. Will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person present who didn't say doesn't feel the same? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. This is good shit. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow's remanded in custody. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Testify. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. You wouldn't want things to be awkward, would you? The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. Keep going, do it, no balls. And it works. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba's here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellows, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. When did they repair the witness stand? I just realized that. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter. They have spares. And Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, Van Zeeks also had it, but yeah, I didn't put it together. You are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Oh my god. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial gonna take me, I wonder? How deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom. Oh, and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Oh my god. I'm glad I didn't try to do this last night to get to this point. Because, geez. Ooh! Then we're gonna fight him. A maelstrom? It's true. Would have been a hell of a cliffhanger, too. Okay. What? Alright. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yomei University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand? Yes, Dr. Scythe. My Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. It's a closed trial. Wait, okay. Okay. Alright. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Syed that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Crazy sentence for this franchise. The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. Testify. Okay. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Please only at me if it's an urgent thing, but I appreciate it. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Thank you. He had a big impact. Well then, I will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Normal. Very normal. Very good normal vibes. Wilson's Watson? Sure is. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. A supposition is an I suppose vision. No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. So we have to find something? Oh no, I don't like him laughing. Oh, I really don't like him laughing. That clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? Whenever you see a new animation from someone, it's like, ugh. You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. He freely acknowledged that, I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite shrimply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' death. And with this testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. still just staring at him is so good. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. She's full on bulb staring, 100%. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yeah, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Supposition is when you take a speculation and put it up your butt. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion of this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. Very good. And I fully intend to exercise that right. That's like the joke I made. I missed it. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. I'm gonna give you the bill for the tea. I'm sorry. I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Cross-examine. Cross-examine. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. That doesn't sound like they're doing the thing that other games have done, where if I even press on the wrong line, I explode. I'm gonna save anyway, but I feel like they would have made it very explicit if that was the case. I wasn't notified, fuck, welcome. Everything's fine.
Hold it!
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. It was like a different type of puzzle. You couldn't say testicles. What's everyone else chanting? Sadly not. You're flanked on both sides with sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? Might be some drop frames? Not on my end, but Twitch might be having a moment. Not true. No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Emo on the left, vampire on the right, here I am. Stuck in the middle with you. Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikitoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Nothing at all? Nothing at all? There was that, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword.
Hold it!
Yeah, that's when you diddles. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were mauled. Correct. And yet, Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. Was it Toby? No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, a true hound of hell. The evidence found in the body was something he swallowed at point 2. I don't think we know exactly what. It would imply like a note or something. The fact that they're being weird about it is cagey. I also wanted to revisit the Sogi papers, because he describes it as the only weapon he has left. I request upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son. Any material possessions? So maybe the sword has a clue? I'm like trying to think, like what? Descendants, I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge I will never see my homeland and family again. I regret nothing about my chosen path. Yeah. So he had something that would implicate The Reaper? Maybe. Did it explain what really happened? There are no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
Yeah. Katana are single-edged, almost all European swords are dual-edged. Ironically, the saber that Cosmo's wearing is the opposite of his own katana. Opposite of the katana. You weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. It would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. It's the headband, I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. What about externally? But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. Unbelievable. What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? She told me it countless times. It was, vaguely a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence. Dangerous.
Hold it!
What was it dangerous? What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand. In English, four eyes, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? +1. My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. I'm wearing contacts right now. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. Uh-huh. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Ugh. Dude swallowed that? Okay. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. Yummy. That was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see? Uh-huh. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the courts cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Yippee! Sharpness caused a very nasty scratch. So that would have caused a lot of internal damage. Is that Japanese style? Yeah. These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, you were clumsy. If you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow. Now my finger is bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Like interior damage. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle. Hey, Sentiment, how you doing? Stop by shimming the ring. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. The inverse, yeah. Can you excuse me, these goths? Sure. If there's anything good that comes of it. Look at claws protecting the jewel. Mochi. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Is there something else on there? Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Hold it!
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Barak Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother, Clint, had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Or perhaps Dr. Gory staring it into his fucking soul is also weighing on him. Any theories? No, I don't want to spend... I'll just go on a tangent yelling about stuff. But, I have a reasonably clear idea of a lot of things right now. And if it's not that, I'll be surprised. I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. Welcome back, Evie. You might have missed a couple things, and remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Brother's ghost, father's ghost, and Ryu's here.
Hold it!
I love to hear your tangent. I appreciate it. I'm worried that there's 30 hours of video game left and I'm trying to finish it tonight. I don't want to rush through, but I'm just gonna try to keep it going. Is something wrong, Dr. Gory? Thanks for the hydrate, sick day. Did that statement give you pause for thought? Well, something did just come to mind. If you Easterners come from the other side of the world, are your internal organs all flipped? I think that counts as a +1. I'm desperate to look. Strictly speaking, that's not really related to the testimony, is it? Ready for the first incision? No? You're good. No, I appreciate it. I do enjoy sharing my thoughts. Because I would imagine it's fun, for people who know.
Excuse me.
To be like, yeah, you're right. Or, oh my god, you're totally far from what it is. A sine or a cosine to a tangent. Same. Lord Van Zeeks! Let me guess, is there something about the witness's last statement that troubles me? Is that what you wish to ask? Yeah, you're very perceptive. Whereas you would appear not to be. Huh? You really need to learn how to read your fellow man, my Nipponese friend. Read them or reap them. Oh. Alright, yeah, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all, she says.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. Corner Mom's still alive. Yeah, she's just held in custody and is complicit in hiding shit. We don't have the full picture, but we're kind of putting that together right now. So there's a reason why she's not. My brother was a determined man and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. Hey, look over there. Scalpel, please. Oh my god. Hands covered in fucking blood and viscera reaching into his pocket. Oh, wow, I just found this ring. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? I just found it just now. But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you would expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you? I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Wow, I can't believe I'm glad that Wilson got shot. After all this time. So I was right! Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. Not that that makes Giselle Brett a good guy or anything. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but... damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one, the government can pay. I don't think so, and Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. Huh? That's wrong. What? Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her Mama. Everyone in the course like, what the fuck is she talking about? Is that like a metaphor? Or did she literally be... what? Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? Kazuma doesn't know. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... yeah, show me that image again. Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. Did he have a ring? He did have a... oh my god. They did a good job hiding that he had a ring. It's like right alongside the edge of his silhouette. That's like... pretty sneaky. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Has a Genshin Impact joke been made yet? I think all of chat simultaneously made that joke. The frame his name showed up. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. I had to hold my tongue because I knew chat would have it. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. His left hand, where he wore the ring. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all? Wait, but Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection.
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Can we get back to the original point of it being fabricated evidence? You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down, the truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Thanks, I give up. This was a good time. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Well maybe... That is indeed correct. Maybe the Reaper, whoever they may be, or the Professor rather, the real Professor, knew that he had a family and threatened the family. Maybe they had some leverage over him. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who had accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Sogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. It was a closed court case. We don't know what happened in there. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. I'm so good, Skater Man. How you doing? This is me when I'm having a lot. That's me. This is how I feel. But if the autopsy was above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
That's what I'm saying. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. I don't like this frame of Van Zieks pointing like this. like the angle, the fingers, it's very good, is what
Objection.
it is. Yeah. Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show that there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric, the court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Why, the Asogi papers.
Take that!
M'lord. This is the defense's answer to that question. Is it not? It's not the Asogi papers? Chat, that's so crazy that I did that intentionally. As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin. You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why the answer was wrong. If Kazuma-sama's father knew the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence till I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. That could be it. M'lord, the defense would like to... Enough rhetoric, the court must be shown evidence. I'm gonna just save. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else did he have? What other... Maybe he was red-headed. Right. It could be tied to this.
Take that!
It's true. But how could that? Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary. Right, because... Okay. Yeah, because I even though I know that fucking Daily Vigil was not the one who handled the prison break and stuff, I keep forgetting to think about that as a bigger picture thing. So, yeah. Because it goes all the way to the top. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. I'm doing my best. My poor little brain cell is gonna overheat and explode. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. I can't believe that was totally first try. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Asogi and the British government. Why are you looking at me like that? In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. With that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that. In fact, I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. And also the question for a long time has been, why was he broken out of jail only to immediately be murdered? How did the person who shot him as he was emerging know to be there? But if it was all their plan from the get-go, buying their silence in court and then killing them anyway, that's a pretty good plan there. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Just for the lulz. Because if it's all intimately linked. It's all connected. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. It wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. Why, he's right over there. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. Well, I gotta do something unrelated. Rattle-pated. Rattle-pated. How rattle-pated I am is the... It's rattle-brained. Okay. Alright. Okay. Sure. Forgetful and confused. I mean, yeah, I understood the context. That's a new one for me. Rat jam-pated. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. How did he know? Mr. Sholmes did that. Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. This fucking clown car of an antechamber has to stop. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Shiny ivory pate or some such. Oh. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Yeah, you've had every indication of showing that with your actions and words. I believe you. And a new car. Oh no. I once again apologize to the good people of Scotland. I have not worked on my Scotland accent, so it's still gonna be bad. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Alright, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by. Your other persona, if you don't mind. I do beg your pardon. Of course. This poor dude. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Rosh, the professor? We've already been through all this before a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. I mean, well, if it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gads, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. Yeah, you'll get killed for that, buddy. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plots to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. So now we care. We care when it's convenient. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. Uh-huh. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here and put the plan to action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Then again, there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? Who? That. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't anything about that professor case. There wasn't unusual in some way. Didn't ask any questions. Just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your rights to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, Counsel. I'll do my best. It was the day that Japanese shock was found guilty. Directive came from the office.
Hold it!
Is that racism? Yeah. Yeah, probably. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Alright, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. Can I even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office? What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, can I give you any indication of who was behind it? You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here and put the plan into action.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. All right, then. Who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. Spear guy's a real asshole, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were some other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you didn't know who else was involved? Alright, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Stevens? Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, Vigil, can I apologize enough? No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Very good line. Damn, but also fair. Yeah, no, it would feel weird if he was like, no, it's okay, I'm over it. It's like, no, it's totally not. I don't know if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecution.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't get nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know, for sure. I can that much I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Killed illegally! All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the truck out of the jail and nothing more. Oops. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part. The last part of the plan. What? Aye, it were a rum-do, no doubt about it. But you have to mind, they were special circumstances. It was to protect the British justice system. That's just how the execution had to happen, I think. You're saying that Mr. Asogi's murder in Lowgate Cemetery was his capital punishment. You realize Mr. Vigil tried to take his own life as a result. And why not just kill him in the jail like was originally meant to happen? Alright, well, that's another story. Who was it? Who shot my father in the cemetery that night? I've no answer to that question. However it happened, the convict's life was destined to end that night. The moment the execution order was signed, his fate was sealed. This court will not pursue the identity of the individual who carried out the order. Uh-huh. I wonder why. How convenient. So, Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured to be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Well, I was just like, well, if it all was Strongheart, right? If Strongheart was like, I'll make you a deal. Don't say anything, because if you say anything in court, it's going to incriminate Strongheart. And then I'll get you out of jail. If he was going to be executed, whatever the method, he would have had an opportunity to be like, wait, I'm not being broken out of the prison. They're actually just going to kill me here. And then he probably would have just started yelling. Granted, they probably wouldn't have believed him, and it might not have entered any kind of a record. But he still would have been like, it's all Strongheart, you know, whatever. So, he wanted a way to kill him where there would be no witnesses. So it's a ridiculous plan, but it still would make sense under that. So, I don't know. Life or decades gonna get worse for him? Oh yeah, this poor man. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo. It doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. In that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. I don't blame him. Nope. Not at all. He probably could have come clean to his wife, though. Instead of having a dual life for 10 years. I think it was the last line, right?
Hold it!
Bum, bum, bum.
What does this all mean?
What does it mean, indeed?
Excuse me.
Both the Asogis died and came back to life. Yeah. Although, yeah. Genshin only for a brief time. Is something wrong, Mr. Vigil? Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. This is Big Boss's origin story. To a T. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. That character's coming back alive. Yeah. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Osogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. New Suggs. He had a hard life. Don't. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Chicanery. That's what I'm asking. That's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Osogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Unless... Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. How wee we talking? If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Osogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist you explain these doubts that you have by amending your testimony. Gads, go on then. Who has a worse time, Daily Vigil or Beppo? If there's any mods to grab the poll, please do. If not, I can grab it a bit. It seems to me the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
There we go. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. How can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution know of conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? Carly, eh? Carly. Did this, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy? There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. That's right. So what I'm saying is... the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet, the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Armed is a good choice. Of words. I'll grab that poll for you. Soft evidence? I need soft evidence, defense. The softest evidence you got. Who has a worse time? Daily Vigil. Beppo. Pulls up. It was the day that Japanese struck. You. Yeah, the mushy peas worth of evidence. Now is it time?
Objection!
Now it is time. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Osogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Osogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers! The fella couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? Don't shake him. Don't. Stop. Your Honor? Judge? Don't shake him. Shake at the Vigil. You can't touch me now, other than the way you're touching me now. Don't shake him faster. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, 84% of chat said Daily Vigil had it worse than Beppo. Yeah, but Beppo's, you know, small. That document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx, what the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell where I said it would be. How can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely-wally galoot? Peely-wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you afore, did I know, yon lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the documents here. Yon lawyer is good. Oh, thank you, Brefix. It's written in Japanese and reads the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. I was wondering, since this... Maybe this isn't going in this direction. It seems that they're implying that there's a missing page, and the moment this sprite first showed up, it's weird that they're like floating above each other. Like normally documents are like very 2D drawn as like a stack. So if it's like, yeah, there's a middle page that's missing, it's like having them hovering with a gap is like a hilarious way to foreshadow that. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. If it's just a full fabrication, then it's just a stylistic choice to have the pages look like that. It's still funny. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. But no, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Couldn't Kazuma just, like, check it? I mean, it's fair. I'm like, couldn't he look at it and be like, that's my father's handwriting or not? But dude last saw him when he was 8 years old. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Kazuma, who I'm pointing at, Barclay prison, it's clear the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts? What did you say? Chip and fry. Fish and fry. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Summation examination. There's no jury. They're all ghosts. He ate it. Testicle. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Asogi and kept watch over his cell. That night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside and out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. No. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. Well, you're no satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, wee waffinger? We what? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Now he's just doing it to... He's just doing it to himself. He's self-shaky? I don't know about that. Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared? He has telekinesis. There he goes. Yeah, good. Right. There you go. That's fine. He's just trying to end the trial those observing demand carries on. Mm-hmm. Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. We're just that good over here, and we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Oh, yeah, well, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Okay, really? So there is a missing page. And my first theory was right about the physical gap between the pages. And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. The answer was a tragic issue. Like, mm-hmm. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yeah, no ring, but that's fine. Yes, my lord. Oh my god, this fucking case! As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Asogi and kept watch over his cell.
Hold it!
He didn't know his end was high. Well, why would he think he needed a weapon? Unless he had reason to believe he was gonna be betrayed. You know? So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Want a rough idea how much is left? Not right now, no. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. Thanks for asking. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. A samurai. In all honesty, he didn't really strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? Why would he feel like he was responsible for someone dying? Did he fail to save someone, maybe? He failed to save Clint? Something like that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
Will and Grace. And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the bam-pot you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? But what do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh, well... The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor, can I be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Boo! Bad answer. Boo! The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will... He would switch up on me like that. Will swap. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution.
Hold it!
To no avail. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "Can they have disappeared completely?" in my face. I meant your cat. Oh, well, the will is also swapped. Did I press every statement always? I usually do, yeah. Alright, well, it's doing the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then, before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. You mean... The article based on Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. Hell of a thing to learn from the papers. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. Couldn't have done anything else. Uh-huh. I only found out about the Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Alright, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will. Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. What else could they be looking for? Continue with your testimony then, witness. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell, a kimono.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asogi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan, that I might have broken a little bit. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryonosuke. Respectful silence. The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye, he wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see? Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri Inkstone Black Sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just looked like a...
Right?
The letters looked like a squirming mass of jet black earth worms to me. Worms? My father had a passion for calligraphy. He found the profound black color of Sumi ink to be very soothing. Chat, would you watch my streams if I was a worm? I'm sure that cursive Japanese script must look utterly incomprehensible to English eyes. No. Anyhow, that's the document that was found in the fella's kimono. Despite the seriousness of his crimes, he was treated in a gentlemanly fashion until the end. What does this mean? It's a spin. When he was callously betrayed and shot dead in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night. I'm allowed to spin. The gentlemanliness of it is overwhelming. I thought you were. I'll make myself scarce. I'm not actually a Werem. I'm sorry. That testimony doesn't give much away. Werem. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all of this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook the smallest detail. Absolutely. Why, I'm trying to kill British nobles?
Hold it!
I think it was implied that they were up to no good. Starring trouble in the neighborhood. Had gotten away with things. Have you been to Britain? Worms. Which is why I think for multiple reasons Clint kind of stood out. Not only was he killed with a different weapon, but like he wasn't blatantly evil.
Excuse me.
But we don't know. In West Cloudadelphia, are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil. Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. Oh. Was it now? I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. How'd he get ink in there? It wasn't ink. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? A scarlet letter? Oh no, don't send me back to high school English. Something of importance, possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. It was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink. But perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I can remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness? Is that really what you saw? Sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? Just like, yeah, let me just lightly poke. I apologize. Continue. Innocent, normal man behavior. What would you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Ugh, Denahaver. You can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. It's an amazing line of dialogue. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Isogi was holding that night? Hell as an Earl? Hmm? Oh, well, no, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Isogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. I do have an inkling, and it's saying woo me. Okay. What do I have, though? I have the sword. If he wrote it in blood and he had a sword, it makes sense he would use the sword to do that, although that's quite an ungainly implement. Maybe it's my badge. Maybe I present my badge. What's called? Scarlet ink. Okay. What do I got? Scarlet ink! Blood. The Red-Headed League. It's all connected. You! Introduction, dismissal notice. That's fine. This and that and that, and these and those. God, my inventory is a mess. That's fine. Remember when you were fired? Check this out. None of that. Right. Yeah. Do I just...
Objection!
I don't... That's inconsistent with something. Not one that any British court would recognize, counsel. But... remember, this is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know. Should I be wondering if I'll make it out of this courtroom alive? Yes, actually. Probably. Maybe it's either a different line. What else we got? First one, I can watch over his cell. He was doing something with that will in his cell. He turned the cell outside out, looking for the execution. Looking for it, but to no avail. I only found out about the papers when a director came over and told me to impound them. Thumb was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. Come on, I think it's called. There's another song that was written in scarlet ink. I'm kind of stumped, because I'm like, do they want me to figure out what or where this missing will is? Or am I just supposed to point out that it was written in blood? But on what? I don't know. I'm a bit stuck. I'm gonna look at this again. I mean, I did already. Nah. Karma, the Great Blade. Did he do something with the blade? What did he write? Where would it have been? If he didn't have any writing implement and he used blood, what did he write it on? There's so many things I'm confused about. Maybe I just pull the ears. I mean, what could I even possibly present? I have the papers, I have the sword. Is that it? I have Clint's autopsy report in the ring, like things from 10 years ago. I think that's about it, and I have my badge. And the dismissal notice. I have like a couple things. Your theory? Yeah, you can post it in chat. I might not read it though. Somewhat suspicious. Something from Japan. Like, I only have a couple things that could possibly be the relevant evidence. Look inside the hilt. I thought I tried to, and there's nothing in there once it's open. It's just black. So I can double check. The Great Blade. Yeah, I tried. Because it seems like an obvious place to hide something. It's obviously, it's Daly's wife. Yeah, it's not a thing. Sadly. I had that thought when I first opened it up. Yeah, that's what I know. That's what you meant. As a responsible, I we could watch him sell. That's fine. That found guilty was doing something with that will in his cell. I could try presenting the sword on that, maybe, but that feels weird. Return the set outside of the note of veil. I found out about it when it direct came into my phone. That's fine. The dime was in the folds of his robe, left in his cell, a kimono, it's called. Maybe, but I don't know if that's the line. And then the dime was written in scarlet ink, which I was like, the sword? But that doesn't seem to... I might need a nudge. I'm gonna try... try this. It's a scabbard. I'm blessed. I might need a nudge. I might need a nudge or a hint. What do you think? I see no inconsistency, do you? You could span the streets of Dover. Could he have hidden paper in his kimono sleeve? Even if that was the inconsistency, how could I present that? You know, the escape plan had worked. What's next? He's officially a murderer. I looked at the sheath, not the hilt. I thought I looked at all the sword. Look over all the evidence. All right, I'll check the evidence again. I thought I checked the hilt and everything. I have yet to see. I did look at the sword. You can see with the sword. Did I check? Did I check? Everything on the sword. And this side. Everything on the sword. Everything on the scabbard. I did. Okay. Chat's freaking me out. Okay, let's go over the other evidence that might be relevant. Yeah, the dismissal notice. This was an effect. Fully revoked. Yeah. Any abetting the escape from the present convict just prior to his execution. Just for purpose because you're prior to the believe that the convict engaged some form of negotiation with staff in order to secure assistance. Post-exposure information regarding the going to be demanded. Is the idea that what he was writing, that negotiation? That seems like not a contradiction, or is that even important? I don't know. That feels weird. None of this. None of this. The only one I've left. Could it be the ring? Maybe. I was wondering if the ring was somehow relevant because he didn't have it at that time. But I don't know. Hereby request upon my death any elements from a social wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son in the Empire of Japan. Yes, I'm a fan of this one, and I was on there, so good. Regret nothing about my chosen path. Ugh, man. The red inked leaf. There's a single stab with art, other special moves. I'm gonna go to the duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little ring of fingers. No document. Yeah. Okay. So then that changes what? What does that change? Why would that be an inconsistency, though? Thank you.
Objection.
Oh, but the inconsistency is that Clint is the one who had the ink. But how would that... How would that? Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. Havers again, you've no evidence to say that? I feel a little bit stupid, because I had evidence that said the phrase scarlet ink, and I forgot. Have a look at this report. No, I'm not cooking right now. Everything fell onto the floor. That's my brother's autopsy report again. Again! And there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, it does. Why I feel like this scroll has gotten longer since I last saw it. Every time it cuts back, it's just taller. Scarlet ink? No, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? He was what? Don't worry about it. My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things, it seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? So it wasn't a document that Genshin wrote. It was a document that Clint had written that he got his hands on. Somehow. That was his weapon. Then it was. Okay. That's neat. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes, Mr. Vigil. Sir. When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. So was Clint's will? A last will and testament. A last will. Mm-hmm. Damn it. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? I'm not thinking. Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Everyone's technically not lying all the time. A lot of honorable people. Well, the two people who are most not technically lying are the Asogi family members, so maybe it's genetic. This is madness, my brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection.
And yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. There can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. More government secrets? It couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection.
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Zato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact... Good to have a little safety save. It was just a report. You know. It seems to me that it was probably some kind of report. Some kind of... Well, remember that Lord Clint Van Zieks was a well-bred and fastidious man. Knowing the end was near, he probably wanted to tie up the loose ends of all his outstanding business. My brother had no outstanding business. Huh? Clint would have a full account written the instant there was even a hint of something to report. He must have worn out a lot of pens. In any case, a business report would never be penned in scarlet ink, Counsel. I forgot to consider the ink color. Yeah, I thought it was blood for a long time. It's apparent the defense's explanation has no real substance. This line of inquiry is dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, I know you. You've seen to the heart of all this, haven't you? Let me go back into my mind palace. A reason why he would have chosen death. Blood dries brown. Oh, so it does. It was a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. Unless, should I do the other? Maybe I should do that one. I was a little bit 50-50. The confession or accusation. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a soup recipe. A saw made dressed like Phoenix Wright? Oh no. Was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was, in fact, the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. The two of them reacting to him. He has brother. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint, he was a paragon of justice. But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the public found out, law and order would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barrack Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order in court. Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. The Baskervilles. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. The what? The huh? A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. For Balmung? Okay. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Oh. Yeah, well, that. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. Oh, there can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true then? Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor? Impossible! These Japanese are making it up to exonerate their own. So, in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That, though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. How'd that go for you? Very well, then. You may have the truth. Cool. Tell me, then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Is this an admission of what you later would do? Clint! The only way out of the corner was killing a whole lot of people. Cool motive. Still murder. Yeah. No, not Windy Banks. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. Just reminds me of the old fucking, South Park. This is a great day for Canada and therefore the world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. Sure! Also, everyone champion like, uh-huh. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Yeah, that was a guess. You're right. They have opinions? That's weird. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Crime was growing, not the... yeah. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. Balmung was innocent. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. God, I love this art style. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. That's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? But if you raided his house, nothing definitive as yet. I mean, granted, you need good cause to just raid someone's house. But if he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate, we need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings, which is why he said in the cell that he did end someone's life. He murdered him. He did get him. With a Western sword, which I guess he improvised it. He didn't go there to kill him. So you could probably use that. You know, it wasn't premeditated. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. He did a Fallout 2 on him. That's what premeditated means? I thought premeditated means like they went there with intent to kill. Whereas if he improvised the weapon at the scene, that would mean he didn't have intent to kill until he got there. And then went, I guess I'm going killing. Yeah? Oh. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So I resolved, TM, to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all. It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. Might have been a duel. If you found a weapon on the scene that's usually still premeditated, that's fair. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Haven't played again, right? Yeah, it's fine. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. shake my chip at you, sir. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yeah, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fellow. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. The greater good. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. The Greg, they're good. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. His family, his son, back home. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi? What? Well, I hear you have a 14-year-old son. I was like, wait, he was 8. No, this is 6 years after he left. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Missy Elliott, so whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. No. He did it for me? Yep, and as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. Not protect yourself at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? Well, brazen. I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Why is he just saying this? But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. So do we arrest this guy now, or what? My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. Why you have to phrase it like that? However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. All those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all there to keep London safe, what do you mean? There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yeah, the same thought occurred to me. Meanwhile, Caden and Daly just standing there like, do we still need to be here? It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. He was just too passionate. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. Patrick! Thanks for the raid. I think maybe my alert for that exploded. Hey, how you doing? Hope you had a good stream. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. We're very deep into the Great Ace Attorney 2. So, if you got a raid and run, no worries. If you're here, there's a lot going on. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. Right back at you, man. I'm doing good. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But what if there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time? The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. How many pages was that? Hey chat, how many pages was the will? That's crazy. That's so weird. That's so weird that he would misremember that. I can't believe he would have done such a thing. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've explained. Normal thing. Tres leches. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. So I was like, why the hell is he just coming out and being like, yes, huh? Okay, I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Why is he coming out and being like, yep, it was me, I concocted the Reaper, goodbye. It's because he thinks that's his way to get out with a slap on the wrist. But there's more. This case will never end. Thank you, Cosma. Me? Yeah, you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. This is it's 11:59. What discovery? Lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? How many hours do we have? We have like 30 hours left. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. It's my turn to go. Oh wait, teacher, you forgot one thing. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Yeah. This isn't a trial anymore. We are so far removed. It began with Lord Van Zeek's recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. Time to identify who. Hiya. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words, find the problem. Neither Clint nor Genshin still walk this earth. However much we debate this, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. More like male strong fart. There are only two extant pieces of evidence. The woebegone ring, and the 3 pages of will and testament. It's nice of them to play it back for you in case you weren't razor sharp like I was. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. I will fire laser beams from my eyes and blow you up, do you understand? Yeah, no.
Take that!
Worth it, though. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? The gap in them was actually important the whole time. I imagine Shutakumi giggling when he was like, make sure you make it really obvious that there's a missing page. For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black, worm-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. But what? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? That sucks real bad. So it was decided the 3rd page ought to be sent. Objection! How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the... What in the fucking... It's stupid video game. I have the 3rd page right here. You want it? Okay. I was using it as a pocket square. My father's message! It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue.
Sholmes knew we needed. Sholmes knew everything.
Oh. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection.
The stupid soap opera. The prosecution agrees the court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the documents for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I can actually read worm language. I can't read worm. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Oh. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Yeah, shame on me. I agree. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Thank you, chat. Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Unless you broke off the tip of it. In which case we're all doomed. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. I did say that there might be a clue with the sword. A long time ago. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father? What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. We can move on past that. Oh, the third page!
Bring me my pages. My pages.
Yeah? All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I've been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection.
Sure, Jan. How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. We need to turn the sword's head, just like a little bit. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Arr. Unless, Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. I gotta shit real bad. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection.
What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. I do have a rabbit in my hat. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. I have the random bullshit go button. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I? Probably wait and see. It's always the right call in Ace Attorney to be like, maybe not. Maybe we just hang out. At critical times like this, I've always found myself thinking it's best to wait and see what happens. I can't help feeling that perhaps you've missed countless opportunities as a result. How? How could you possibly know that my life has been one long list of missed opportunities? But you have a new opportunity here, Mr. Naruhodo, for a change of direction. But you must be quick before Lord Strongheart's improvised gavel hits the bench. That is all. Court is adjourned. He didn't finish saying the full sentence. Not just yet, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Whatever evidence you think you have, I'm quite sure it's deserving of this. Ow. My life-altering change of direction came just a fraction too late. There is quite simply nothing else of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? My badge? I'm a lawyer. Could be, well, huh? Go?
Take that!
What did I say, counsel? If you're capable were my words. Just pulling on a little rabbit. Help! Help! Smoke grenade now! And this evidence clearly demonstrates you're not. You're capable only of destroying your own argument. Help, buddy! Come on, Ryunosuke, we know that Asogi-san negotiated with Strongheart 10 years ago, using the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' bargaining power. And yet after his death, that document couldn't be found in his cell at the prison. Oh, did I just present the sword? Oh, okay. The fact that it was never found, could it be hidden somewhere undiscovered after all these years? My lord, the defense does have that evidence. I'm ready to present it. Well, it seems you're intent on more self-destruction. Let it be so. Present whatever you think you have.
Take that!
Have a sword. What did I say? It's not the sword? It's not the sword. Okay. Last will and testament. Hidden somewhere. It's not hidden in the sword? What else do I have? What else do I have? What else do I have? What do they say about the sword? Twist the head of the sword? To twist Kazuma's head, because he's the owner of the sword. But maybe I twist the bunny. I'm forgetting game mechanics, am I? Oh, do I have to do this? Do I have to actually do it? Can I? Okay, now I can do, okay. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. Enhance. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? So Mr. Sogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Ah! Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Gotcha. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. The hams of the sword. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it. Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karama, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. What about it? What about it? What about it's unbelievable? The whole game. Mm-hmm. The whole 2 games, actually. Anyway, now I have it.
That!
What did I say? Oh, is it a separate piece of... It's a separate piece. I'm gonna blow up real quick. Well, guess we lose. The end. We've wasted enough time. It's clear to me that any further discussion of this case will be fruitless. Barak Van Zeeks, I would like to think that however misguided, you acted out of a sense. He's already admitted that he was the Reaper. No, wait. I'm tired. You're guilty. That's amazing. Mm-hmm. See you later. Excellent.
Let's just, go back.
Guilty of something. They'll figure it out later. All right, we're back. Do I still have the will? I don't. Okay. 1 sec. Hey, chat, how you doing? I thought I was at 2 HP, but... Yeah, I've blown up. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-da, ba-ba. Oh my god. Twist the butt. Chat, make sure you twist your butt if you've been sitting for a long time. Scarlet ink! I'm glad he wasn't writing a message in blood in his jail cell with his katana, because that's pretty metal. Not reloading. Well, my last save was a minute ago, I believe, so I thought this would be quicker. And I'll just save now. Again. Yeah, my last save was over 5 minutes ago. So who knows?
Take that!
There we go. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. I cannot press A to examine it. For dramatic purposes. Impossible, that can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh, that's a good face. That's a very good face. My brother's last will and testament? Where did you find that? Oh yeah, it was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting, there can be no mistake. This is the best soap opera I've ever seen. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Ah! Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Judge. Don't you dare. Don't you I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. Who you told everyone to not tell about what happened in here. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Pointing at Ryunosuke. Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pan a well that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out. Read it out. We have a right to hear. A right and a duty. I'm not just nosy. Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hope. Testify, you fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No, for God's sake. No! This is a normal response to someone finding a will. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. Maybe he just left all of his stuff to his dog. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel that I may depart this world with honor. Oh. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. Oh, shit. And he had the wind blowing. Oh my god. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who had habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. Oh, yeah. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I'm a hunter of some experience, I'm a poor felon, it seems. Good doggy. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. Another, you say? He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer. End of trial. Goodbye. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place in order to fight the crime he was allowed to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Cool motive. Still murder.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. Who else could have known that he was gonna pop out of a grave at that time? No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Okay, it wasn't him, it was someone else. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition and made him easy to manipulate. Oh, 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, yeah, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now that this has happened, he has to go. They also could have killed Drebber, not that I'm advocating for that. Or they could have just paid Drebber a lot of money. They'd been like, shush, what are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! I never killed anyone. I mean, maybe technically true. This is why I didn't want to name him. That also does make sense. If he was the one who pulled the trigger. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. You could have done that with Drebber. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. I don't know, I feel like this guy might be evil. So now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night.
Yeah, so you thought he was free.
It's very tragic. No, he's the hero. Oh, okay. There's gonna be another twist. Right now. Objection. Actually, it was me who did it. Sholmes? It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigaku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. Because he had leverage over Jigaku. You coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigaku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. I agree, it was Iris. Who the fuck is Iris's mom? You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. Oh, it was you. I merely reminded him of that.
It was Beppo.
How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And Dad, right, because we don't know who her dad... Yeah, right. No, her mom passed away. It's her dad. The dad's the question? It's fine. I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection.
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection.
Mama Sholmes Migatoba's the papa. That I agree. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's... enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing! It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions that beautifully pronounce Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? Hey, Zach. It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime, though I admit to all these crimes. I have merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection.
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
None of that. No, but everything he's. No, that's not. I know he's desperate, but he doesn't have anything.
I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. He's doing a "let me be Batman for you" speech. But like, that's not, Batman doesn't kill people. Let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? You can't tell them, it'd be chaos. To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. They go, yep, them aristocrats in it. Anyway, back to my mushy peas. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, and 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. The 1700s? More like 1800. The 1800s up until the end of the... Anyway, we have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But, on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. Sure, he killed a couple innocent people. That's all thanks to Lord Strongheart.
His "let me be Batman" speech worked?
Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Dong fart. Dong fart. Dong fart. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is it time? Is it time to use evidence? Why would... Oh, no. Yeah, we're gonna have to kill him. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo,
What evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it. But if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now.
Take that!
Mr. Sholmes asked that if you had that with you, or asked if you had that. We've exposed all of Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Is Sholmes in the gallery just like needing to be tied down? He's like, just pull the ear, man! God! Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave. Here goes. Heave. Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. What the fuck? He's a hologram? Mr. Sholmes. Why is he a hologram? What is this when Shutakumi finally jumps the shark? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him, put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get hold of him, Lord. Do you think anyone on the team making this game was like, wait, so at the 11th hour he's getting away with it, and then Sholmes shows up as a hologram? We just go right through him. Oh, he's got the moves though. Look at him go. Look at him fucking dance. Look at him go. He's been, how long has he been practicing this? Oh my god. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, I've been murdered 10 minutes prior. And I'm a ghost. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Now I'm over here. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth? Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? This is not a telephone. Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Required. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. This man invented a video telephone in 1900? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. She invented the cell phone and then video conference calls and holograms. Modest experimentation, what a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. Is he in his statue pose right now? No, his arm is down. I thought he like rotated a little bit and it... I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Or should I say, Lord Dongfart. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would I hope lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden. Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. It seems the guards have noticed me. I must tarry now. I mustn't tarry. You can't be Buckingham Palace. What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Susato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Hologram Sholmes. You went and told Mom? You ever read the news? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well, now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty the Queen. What other Her Majesty? Yeah. What? You know all those other Her Majesties we talk about in England all the time? I told the Queen on you. What on earth is this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in court, I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be... no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. Thank you for the bits. You posted a gif of hologram dancing shows when you announced you were starting playing. It was a hologram gif? I didn't notice. Or I might have just thought it was like compression on the gif. That's amazing. I decided to show her everything from start to finish. You showed her? I mean, why would I think that's weird? He looks like a hologram. Indeed. I play myself. Shutakumi playing 5D chess in my brain. By dint of the airlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. I agree. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, we're so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky? Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Vicky. Queen Vicky. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart, etc., is hereby revoked forevermore. Bailiff whack his peen, is what it says here. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. And everyone in here chanting, yeah, woo, Strongheart. The Queen's pissed at you too. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Okay, I thought I was about to get crushed by like, it's not very Ace Attorney for him to just get murdered once he's proven guilty. Okay, yeah, that was cool. That was neat. Blowing up the courtroom? Yeah. Oh, good. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely.
You don't say.
I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume?
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
Very good.
You're planning on escape. But he thought that if he was like, oh, thank goodness, I've been saved. Here, I don't need this anymore.
Yeah.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Huh? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? Oh wait, there's more. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regrets for my younger brother. We didn't finish reading it? Why? Okay, it seems like we would have read the whole thing. But wait, there's more. Barrock! You have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. The Jaws of the Beast line. No, that's fair. Everyone interrupted him before he could keep reading. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper.
There has to be one more mystery, right?
I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint.
I can't take anything seriously with Sholmes being a hologram here. Non-derogatory. Correct.
Male Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine.
Like a clock?
And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? He responded to me and called Mr. Reaper. You have very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Bah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend, Santa Claus? My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say,
I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Or shall I say naughty and nice?
It's Santa!
The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo? Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Huh. Lord Van Zeeks. No, don't negative the man. He's apologizing. That's just +0. It's a start. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. It's a welcome start. But that's not, okay, it's all undone, you know? The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. He's unlearning it. The bar is below hell. The bar is so low. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Suzato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. There. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo? What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve, TM, never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. But not too straight, if circumstances arise. Well, I must excuse myself now. Prefer the Game Boy. Before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. But without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. That is very nice, because otherwise you'd be like, oh, well, Sholmes just handed the Queen an iPad and was like, hey, check this out. She was like, guilty. But Sholmes is like, well, without Ryunosuke, she might have been powerless to really do anything about it. Thank you very much. Why Sholmes on a CNC? He's teleported in. He invented teleportation. So until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. Long is an understatement. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zeeks, not guilty. Set off the fireworks. This is a good idea, even though there's been damage to the courtroom. And a big explosion earlier. Woo, Santa!
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Ugh. 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 I'm glad the scales are still broken. What time is it? 4:21 p.m. We missed it!
Curse you, strong fart!
It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo? I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Okay. You were truly the great Ace Attorney too. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. That's true. Your kind words mean so much to me. He's so nice there. It's nice to be nice.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Ah, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Look how happy he is. I want Susato to grab his mouth and be like, look, he's smiling. Miss Susato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. That's his happy face.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse.
Have I saddled you with some amount of feelings? Of a necessary nature?
For you to have risen to the level of excellence you've demonstrated today? Well, it's quite remarkable.
Iris climbing on his back? Yeah, it would be Iris doing it. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said?
To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. Does he ever smile? I was gonna pull up my court record. Yeah, there's that photo of him with his brother and Gregson. But I can't look at it anymore. He was smiling in that.
But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward.
Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh, well,
thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if you were here.
Kazuma.
Stop presuming, Susato. Miss Susato, there's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks, can I have a change of clothes? I can't breathe. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. Oops. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. What now? What now? No, don't bring me back. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two... Right, the other one. The second, I cannot commit to paper. Shit. I've confessed my sins to my wife. All right, RIP. Goodbye. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Papa! Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishu and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. Oh. By any chance is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. Oh. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man. Oh! 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 I asked a favor by a man I knew as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. Unky Barrack, what did you say if something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene. Right, I see. Very well, then. The address is Buckingham Palace. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Everything that I could do with, like, 1890s technology. So, like, a lot of leeches and high fives. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. The emblem. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? What? Huh? What? Who? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. Hey, you're dumb. Man surrounded by broken glass and wine, right? I'd be a great uncle father. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
So I left her in the care of the most untrustworthy man I knew. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes. He has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh. When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Oh. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh. Oh, fuck off, video game. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? So when he tries to call Naruhodo, he pinches the butt of the doll that he has? Okay. Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you are simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chieftain injustice would require such measures. Runo, Susie. Oh, that was Iris, not. That makes sense. Oh, hey, hey, Iris, we weren't just all talking about you. I'm so pleased, what a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl, again. No, really? Aw, poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Let the uncle come. Oh, how lovely. You've promised, now I won't let you forget. Bye for now. All right, Iris. Thanks for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ow! One final pinch goodbye, was it? That one was just for Sherlock. I mean, Herlock. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. She should call him Uncle. Short for Barock. Oh god. I believe you saved my life. I did, didn't I? Wait, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes? It's cute that they turned slightly to imply he was moving away. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. He only killed, like, one of them, like,
intentionally. As soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. Oh. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely? Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, okay.
Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hey?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must.
We also have a Dharma doll eye to color in, if I'm not mistaken.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Yeah, sure. Can we tell Iris?
A bull. Hold on.
Pheasant!
Baby Iris. With a mouse. It's very good.
It's very good. It's good, it is. I can grab the pole too in a minute. I'm home! Oh god. About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, innit? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. When you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Oh, they'd be good friends. Right. I'll remember that.
She will. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you it will defy your expectations. Tacked on every detail now, Mikotoba.
The world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin.
Mikotoba was there.
I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Suzato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Suzato looking so happy in a very long time. Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots.
Your boots?
That's how we eat, isn't it? You pour the food in the boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep. I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me.
You're really leaving the police force, but why, Jenny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh.
Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he?
Diver turned dick.
Well, people can change, you know. A what?
Ah, yes. That reminds me.
I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown's been reattached.
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else! Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jenny, yes he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh! Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. Please don't. Please don't do that. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny. Ew, what? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Oh! Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? With every word, Iris. Ugh. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I do hope that they tell her when she's older. I think Mikotoba...
Yes, Shrooms.
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. Let's keep the concept art and other permits and stuff for later. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
You old softy, Sholmes.
But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Think of the pheasant.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. Iris gets 3 dads. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Three dads, a sister, and an uncle. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. I was wondering. Oh, Professor! Because he was like, hey, you want to come back? Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yeah, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Huh? With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Was that part of what he wanted? Lord Clint Van Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's reports about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar.
B is for Baskerville.
The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks.
Thank you.
And to make matters worse, Suzato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from that time. The Hound. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Suzato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
He knew that without her, Ryonosuke would be like, what do I do? What do I do?
I see. Something I've never understood is why Suzato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Suzato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Suzato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father.
That's right. Because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I agree. I think so too.
Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have.
I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure?
This place sucks. I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended.
Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February...
Get me out of here.
Oh, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Hell yeah. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I'm quite resolved, TM. I have.
Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
What's Susato gonna do, though?
Oh. Speaking of which. Hello. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
How much did you hear? Hey, girl. How you doing?
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
How much did you hear?
Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yep. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruhado-san.
You did? Not with the sad music. Oh.
Susato-san? Yeah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all,
she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
You fool, she can read your mind.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san.
Thank you.
I'm okay.
No, not no. 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 I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Thanks for the hydrate.
I wish you weren't going, but you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Mm-hmm. I promise.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. Just video call. We've invented cell phones and video calls. Like...
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days.
Well, you know, the best way to exorcise a demon is you can expunge it through the mouth. And Ryunosuke could help by applying a negative pressure to the demon.
While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Fuck yeah.
What?
Well, if he's a prosecutor, he doesn't need a judicial assistant, right? It's different. They have a different assistant.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really?
That's where she
Or when I had
was.
that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
That is the falsest statement I've ever heard in any Ace Attorney game.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
The ship says Hunk.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
Man, I wish lawyers were real.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
No.
The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Sorry, I had to permit the phrase white twink again. Stop saying
Oh
it.
yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
I'm not.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Oh, God.
Oh, we did it. We did it. Yeah, woo. We're free.
Shu Takumi's curse is lifted.
Oh, I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods. One of the promised close court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Yeah. Good.
Is there being announced tomorrow?
No. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Skywardly. 5 gifted subs that I guess the alert broke. Thank you. I gave a thing to Hurley. I just said, thank you for everything, Daddy. But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Damn it. Ugh.
Now the curse of no Takumi. Oh. Thank you for the... I guess all my alerts exploded. Thank you so much. I will get caught up on those later.
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
You could... Foreign friend. That's a much better way of phrasing it. He learned! He's learning! Ah, there's hope yet. Numinous, thank you! The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? Toby! No, bring it back. And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. Let's go. We got to see Toby again. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bring Toby back. Yeah, Toby outranking her has been a bit, like, since he was introduced. It's good.
Jaina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable future, and then I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. I'm just one day from retirement, you see. Just one more job.
Ugh. Damn it. How dare you fucking smirk at me?
Oh, Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry to the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Oh.
Objection, oblique overstatement, overruled. The minister's been detained in Britain anyway. He's got so many cats.
Who's this cattish council? Women are forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh, really? My friend Suza's on in the British courtroom all the time, doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Oh yeah, you fucked up. I mean, I too would be swayed by 3 cats to be my legal representatives in court. Oh. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Thank you. Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? Oh, these two. No. And I'm glad. Aw, that's so sweet. What do you mean? What do you mean? You two need some sun. No, they would literally explode. Gory Von Karma? I don't know. Smiles with Cleaver. Oh. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Bear, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. You good old Halbert Airbrain. He's also here for some reason. You gotta do the curtain call. Come on. Everyone gets a lap. I wish I could teleport. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. Melt me. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuspels would not do. Good. God, these two games, so good. Wholeheartedly enjoyed them. There's not even though like, oh, but this was like kind of annoying or something. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty tidbits to passers-by, you know? Hee, everyone calls me a pepino and I sell it the spaghetti. It's more redder than my head. Everyone, they call me... no, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. And don't pay the taxes. And when we are released, we're all going to strike it rich with this. I didn't. She still loves him. That's nice. I'm glad we got closure there. She's taking this well, yeah. The Fujo wife. Fujoru. Try rich together. Gotcha. With the Skulkin brothers. Oh, if only. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karama in your care. He's so insane. That's everyone in this goddamn franchise. Ugh. Ugh. I know. I feel like we were gonna get a moment where he had another bandana as some kind of full circle thing. I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. I take it all back, the game's bad, actually. Actually, bad game. This is an evil bad game. No, they called it, yeah! There was no way they were gonna leave the Daruma unfilled, right? Come on. And Wagahai as himself, herself. God damn it. Well, that was good. Yeah! And I can go back to Metal Gear Hell, exactly. Oh god. Let me get that poll going from earlier. Turn this shit off. Absolutely not. Oh my god! Ryotaro's back! I was waiting for him to show up again. That's so weird that they brought him in for the first case. He was so good. And then, all the cats are here. Wait, no, Ryotaro, come back. No. I know, it's so weird. It feels like maybe they had plans changed during development. Mm-hmm. Post more scene of yeah, with Gregson. There was the poll. The question was, if when there's another Ace Attorney game, what would you like it to be? Ace Attorney 7, Ace Attorney Investigations 3, Great Ace Attorney 3, or something else. I have to truncate it a bit to make it fit. Investigations 3, Saga 3, or something else. Yeah. Oh, fuck it, yeah. Last Friday.
Hey,
Do not, it belongs to me. One last fry. Don't even look at it. I'm gonna dip it in a little chop.
Suzuki's back.
Chop and watch you cry.
No, you must. Thank you for the hemi-dilithium. I enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll get caught up on stuff after we're out of credits. But yeah, I what a journey. Yeah, I got alerts to get caught up on stuff and whatnot. We're not wrapping up this second. Man, it was good. So there's the layer of these games. I don't know if I agree with that assessment. Yo, Janet! Let's fucking go, Janet! Yeah, Janet! All the localization team knocked it out of the park. Phenomenal. I can't imagine the difficulty. I mean, any Ace Attorney game is probably a nightmare to translate. Just the amount of like puns and jokes and setups and specific clues that have to be dropped without being too obvious is like so difficult. And then this game has the extra wrinkle of like, you have Japanese speakers speaking to each other and in other contexts. It's meant to sound kind of old-timey. There's like so many layers that complicate the localization of this on top of a normal Ace Attorney. Threat of the Impossible, yeah. Gregson, oh, Toby! Toby, I want to grab him out of the computer screen. Toby. The best officer to ever do it. Oh, yeah! Oh my god, they're fucking, yeah, get it, old man Yowie dance, let's go.
Oh, very good.
There you go. No, boo, get the fuck, I mean, he wasn't as evil as I thought he was, but still not a good guy. Get him out of there. Get the fuck out of there. Yeah, and then, okay, why are you here? Yes. Oh, yeah, okay. Sure. He's doing his, that was a good bit, though. The escalating clap. Will the art book? Yeah, I will. I don't think I'll do it on stream. But yes. Oh, and he's facing ready for them to meet. Very good. Yeah, we looked at the baby iris. That counts. Mm-hmm. It's a metaphor. Shutsukumi knows what he's doing. Yeah. I'm so glad these games got a Western release.
Professor, look! My name's Luke.
Hey.
I am a gentleman. I wrote these puzzles to the
Professor!
And my hands are sticky. Number one ain't going to say the answer's three. Another puzzle solved.
It all comes back to the professor. It really is Layton's fault that we're here, if you think about it. Aww. Fiend. Excellent. What a fucking pile of bullshit. That was great. I enjoyed that immensely. Oh. Yeah, appreciate it. Oh, yeah. You let him go. Yeah. God, the art's so good. Woo. They form a heart. Excellent. Oh. Oh, don't with the title. No, don't make the. No. Don't make the title screen that. Come on now, Capcom. Oh. Oh, yeah, thanks. We're done. Until they, it's a sunrise. Until they announced the new Ace Attorney game in like a month. Because they were waiting for me to finish, and they were very patient. It took me a while. But thank you, chat. I really appreciate it. As I've said multiple times, the only reason I wanted to stream the...
What?
And there's some more gifts. Tarvold, yo, thank you, Tarvold. Appreciate it. When am I gonna play Dino Crisis 2? I need the full Shutsukumi experience, right? So I get the Dino Crisis. We literally just finished this. The final Ace Attorney game. Thank you. If anyone missed it, I was on Tarvold's quest again with video game music trivia on YouTube. Check it out. It's very good. But yeah. Go straight. Yeah, I know. I had been a fan of Layton for forever. Since they came out, and I never played an Ace Attorney and wanted to play the crossover on 3DS. So I was like, well, I'll just play the first Ace Attorney game. And then chat was like, play the rest. And I was like, I'm not promising shit. And then chat was like, play the Apollo games too. And also play Gray's Turn. I was like, I don't know. People were like, play Investigations. I was like, that's not even out. I'd have to do like like an emulated version with a fan translation, which I could do, but I just don't know if I care enough. And now here we fucking... They did it. They got wormed into my brain. Wormed. They wormed all the way into my brain. So... I'm gonna wrap up, but and get caught up on alerts and stuff. But I really appreciate it. This has been a lot of fun for me, and what a unique privilege to get to experience these games with chat. It's so much fun. I would have enjoyed these games in isolation, but just the experience of just getting to have a ride like this has been so much fun. So I really appreciate it, and the number of times throughout all these games of just like reading some bullshit in court and just seeing a bunch of diddles fly by in the chat or smiles or Maya spins, whatever it is. It's been so much fun. So I really appreciate it. All of our brains got broken. I appreciate it. So thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, yeah, really, I would have not continued with the series on stream if it wasn't for everyone in chat and the VOD watchers and all that just being excited about it and yelling about it, because I've enjoyed it. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah, now I'll go back to right versus late. This is good. It's broken. Permanently broken. So while you spin, Vision Law streamer, I don't think so. I think that it always depends, but yeah. Thank you. Real quick, I'm gonna try to get caught up and rest my voice, but we did it. Blooper Dooper with the hammy earlier. Your stage triggers was some end user one with unfair sharing. Thank you again for all that. It's very sweet to say, and thank you for the hammy. Fritzolino, thanks for the bits. Tina, thank you for those bits as well. End of an era. I know, it feels like it, right? Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. Ashbourne, thank you for those bits as well. I think I read all of these out as they came in. Cody Bauman, thanks for 32 months. Thanks for the prime. Garburator, thanks for 35. Tomfoolery, thanks for the spooky skeleton bits. Cursed evidence. The Gregson trunk is very cursed. And anything that came of that. The photo of a guy like, hey, here's this happy photo, by the way. Crumpled up in the box. Fucking dead Gregson is awful. No stream, check out the concept art. I mean, I can look real quick. I don't think I want to do a separate stream for it. Is that just in here? Azul, thank you. Is it gallery? Portraits? Is this... I'm Kazuya Nuri. Here's the hero of the show. This would probably take a long time to go through. It's very good though. Ooh, the different hair. Imagine taking a picture and finding out a few days later the body of a guy. I don't know. The rodent on Ryunosuke's shoulder is named Shrunosuke. Shrunosuke. It was good. For the first game only. Gotcha. That's fine. I'll probably go through it in my own time. I do love looking at all the concept art and stuff, but yeah, there's a lot in here. This fucking man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's good. First Lino, thanks for the bits as well. Wire Mouse, thank you. Ozil, thank you again. Oh god, as I scroll, it's doing things. Dude Guy, thanks for 33 months. 3. JJ Wilder, thanks for 87 months. Fertilino, thank you. Ozil, thank you again. Fertilino, thank you again. Appreciate all the bits. Oh. Iris had her hat. You're older in the final game with more ladylike air. Can we get a tap dance for old time's sake, like a day ago? Show's power reduction, second only his power is rage baiting. That's true. Again, he operates in a like Roger Rabbit type of like he's smart when it's less funny. there's a way to put it where it's like, you know, he's as smart as the situation needs and no smarter, something like that. Yeah, well, it's the quantum superposition, I think. Oh yeah, drawing his blade is good. It's good. These are all great. Oh, this fucker, yeah. Nixator, thanks for the 100 bits. Ashbourne, thank you. Hi Give Up, thanks for the bits. Ashbourne, thanks again. Tina, thank you. Oswald, thank you. Shulms knew we needed and told him to bring it. I don't know how the fuck he predicted all that shit. You just have to accept it. Mzak, thank you. The case is impressive because without copying it harkens back to Miles and Phoenix versus Von Karma. Perfect end to the series. Desperately hope it's not the end, but if it is, cheers. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was always a sucker. Like, that's what was so satisfying about Edgeworth and Phoenix was those moments where they're like, hey, wait, fuck this guy. Like, when they work together, but they still, like, antagonistic and they're fighting each other in order to get to the truth. It's such a compelling structure. And, yeah, they did evoke that without, like, pointing to, like, hey, remember when Phoenix and Edgeworth did it? Like, the circumstances were different enough. The way that it played out was different enough. It felt gratifying. And we never really had a moment of, like, oh, Cosmo's putting on an act. Like, no, this is sort of who he is now. But they're using that to, like, drive the narrative forward.
The baby.
So. Not present, exactly. Or plus ones. A few more plus ones. Exactly. There's no. Her. She did have a chicken. Little baby chicken. Santa. I'm glad Santa got to come back as well. Sasaki. That's good. Oh, there we go. There we go. Ozul, the fact that he gets a standing ovation from the audience after he reveals his years of murdering and blackmailing Zordon really sucks, man. The fact that, like, I didn't know how it was going to play out, obviously. I could not have predicted 90% of what happened in this game. But the fact that you have the entire judiciary going, yeah, woo, Strongheart. He's the guy that we needed. And then Sholmes shows up and goes, hey, yo, I got the queen on the phone and she's pissed. And everyone goes quiet. And you never fully get a moment of the judiciary having to reckon with that. You just have to assume that the queen righted her ship. But, like, you never get the moment that I think would have been difficult to pull off of, like, the whole judiciary actually turning on him. It would, at that point, it would have been just bad pacing. So I'm fine with them not, but wait. He's really the whole time. Apparently, we never saw his feet, did we? Everyone in this room's on the list. That's kind of how it felt. It's just like the queen is pissed. And she should be mad at more than just this one guy. Obviously he's the most. Sholmes inventing holograms, coming at the last thing to save the day, and then dancing while stealing Ryunosuke's new theme music really is the most Sholmes thing ever. Yes, Skywardly, thank you. Hurlogram Sholmes. J12 pointed out that when I first posted a GIF of Sholmes when I was starting this game, he was a hologram. And I'll have to go back and check. I believe you. I genuinely did not notice. And if it looked weird, I just probably chalked it up to GIF compression. That's funny. I was always really careful when I try to find, like, GIFs and stuff like that. It's also why when I'm making thumbnails for this series, it's great now because the older games, I was often using sprite sheets to make the thumbnails for the VODs because I would get much higher quality pixel art than what I captured from stream. And so I always had to be really careful what I was looking up and, like, grabbing a sprite sheet and be like, oh, this sprite sheet's bigger than I thought it would be. I'm just gonna not look at anything down there. And I did a good job. I don't think I spoiled myself on anything important throughout the whole franchise, which is kind of crazy. And also, I appreciate chat. You know, sometimes chat would get a bit eager and start to be on that line, but always came back, and I never had any major things spoiled, which is... Or if I got spoiled, I was just too stupid poo brain to really realize, so it all worked out. I got to enjoy each bit as it came. Yeah, I always would take screenshots from these streams to make the VODs, because, yeah, I was just like, if I just start looking up GIFs online, I'm just gonna see random bullshit. Yeah, sure, Evie. There you go. Ansta did the exact same thing. Excellent. Glad I'm not the only one. Oh, no. Stop. Stop. Oh, that's good. That's very good. The dog peeing. His hair's kind of pink. It is kind of a little pink. Compared to Van Zeek's, and you know, it's fine. I can't believe the double twist that you're like, I was like, Iris is, Wilson's daughter. That's what they told us. Wait, maybe her dad is Mikotoba, and that's why her hair is pink, because of the anime genes. But then no, she's British. She just has pink hair. It's fine. Forgive that it scares me drop kicking this tree. Yeah, maybe you should. Tree deserves to get kicked sometimes. Tom, thank you for all the bits. Why do you want me to take care of the child? Says the man surrounded by broken glass and wine. Yeah, there's, not a whole ton of good dads to be modeled after here. There he is. There he is. Yeah. They did a good job with him. You're immediately suspicious when you meet him because of the way he looks and his aura, but then he doesn't do anything suspicious for like 100 hours of video game. And then when he's pointed out to be suspicious, you're like, yeah, finally. I also like how it's like it played with a lot of the like territorial diplomatic immunity
guy in a place of power, but it managed to do its own spin on a lot of things. It never felt like it was just retreading something we'd seen before. And having the judge of the trial be the guy you're like, fuck you, is like an interesting dynamic as well. They did some good stuff with that. And him falling off and like ragdolling down to the floor was just such a good payoff from being up there that long. It was very good. Yeah, it was Gant adjacent, but it never just felt like they're doing the same beats as Gant, so I quite enjoyed it. He 100% gave them a killer case and lose though. I think he just knew it didn't matter either way. Either McGilded would be guilty and would be punished, or he'd get him off as innocent, and then he would do his Reaper shit. Well, yeah, you know, it got more complicated than that. But anyway, yeah. Santa was the one who stepped up. If mom had red hair and dad had whitish gray hair, as the many years fingers just kinda. I mean, yeah, the one that we saw the mom, she was in shadow, so you can't really see her hair color. It's fine either. They don't, even if both their parents had dark hair, she can have pink anime hair. It's fine. It's just funny that the twist of, wait, maybe she's half Japanese. Does that explain the anime hair? No, actually, she's British. She just has the anime hair. Or maybe she, in the way she invented a potion for Sholmes to dye his hair, maybe she dyes her hair. Yeah, that might be her natural color. Books, thanks for 10 bits. Like we've determined, it isn't, Iris isn't related to John Wilson, but there's no right answer to if her surname should be Van Zieks, Baskerville, Mikotoba, or Sholmes. It's whatever she wants, honestly. I'm just really glad, especially after the shit with Apollo's parentage, that we got like some better sense of closure. Like Iris doesn't know, but you have reason to assume that in the future they would kind of tie a bow on that. He has the blue hair and pronouns. Feels like maybe there's some lessons learned, even though Shutakumi wasn't directly responsible for that. Tomfoolery, thanks for 96 bits. After McGilded's murder in the courtroom, Shungart. Well, it was a little flashy, but I liked the irony with the omnibus, liar, liar, pants on fire, and all. Gregson, I didn't do this one. Shungart, yes, the Reaper did it. Aha. Yeah. Ravenous, thanks for 500 bits. Despite following you for years, I only just started watching streams VODs when the Phoenix Wrights VODs started coming out, and YouTube recommended them to me. Can't believe the saga is over now. It's been a bit. Thank you so much. It's VBot, thanks for 69 bits. Series adjourned, send in the dancing lobsters. Quincy Morrow, thanks for 100 bits. Now we know Van Zieks wears his brother's badge. During the last trial, there are multiple moments where he grips the badge. And it's sad. Yeah, I agree. Also, Zool, you know, if you think about it, you really were the great Ace Attorney credit roll. That's kind of what they did. Dilithium, thanks for the classic hammy. I'm so glad you enjoyed the series. It's been so fun seeing your reactions and stuff. Thanks for getting me into the Layton series. It's been a blast. I appreciate it. Fingers crossed I play the new Layton that's coming out. I might not play it. I'm gonna wait and see how. Oh, this was good. They do kind of make a heart shape, don't they? With their hands in the. That's good. Love it. I'm glad I love one in the end. I'm glad. Yeah, exactly. Smash Max for 420 bits. So now that you're finished with Ace Attorney series, there's only one sensible thing to do: Ace Attorney character tier list stream, or Ace Attorney case tier list stream, maybe. Maybe I don't usually do like tier list stuff. I don't even think the entire character tier list stream would just be like A tier, S tier, S tier, S tier, S tier, and then throw them into the garbage, the like old bags, and like everyone I don't like. I don't think there'd be any nuance. there wouldn't be any interesting conversation. I'd just be like, all these characters are great, and I hate these four. It's like all it would be. And then Sholmes goes in the dumpster. He gets dragged to a different tab and thrown out. But thank you. Full Total Iguana, thanks for the hammy. It really has been a long road. I'll never forget to ZZZ every time I hear leadpipe.wav. Real and true. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Maxim with 100 bones. Thanks so much for playing my favorite video game series. These playthroughs have been such a joy over the past few years, and I'm so happy to see you had fun with them. That is so sweet. Thank you, thank you. As I said, it's been my pleasure, and I really appreciate that everyone enjoyed watching me stumble my way through them. The only thing I'm somewhat bummed by, says Ozul, is that in the ending, Naruhodo gets a brand new theme for the final present, but it's ultimately played for Sholmes' big moment. But the duology is pretty fun, despite that minor quibble. Yeah, that's fair. And also, McGilded seemed like he knew about the professor and was trying to blackmail, and then Gregson freaking out about the Reaper stuff being leaked makes more sense when you know his role in it. Absolutely. It's been an honor to see the finale. Thank you, Aegis Zero. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Still wants to Shulmung. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. The library. What's the library? What does that mean? But anyway, I'm gonna wrap it up. Thank you. I'm gonna find someone to raid. I'm gonna rest my fucking throat because, again, it's been great, but these streams do murder my throat. So I'm excited. Not excited. I'm looking forward to, you know, etc. Well, I don't know. Whatever I was gonna say. It was gonna be really eloquent about it. So there you go. Bath and Nicole and Trace are doing some Faz. So we'll go do that. I will be back on Sunday for when they announce the next Ace Attorney game. No, I already have a plan for Sunday with a couple of friends. It won't be a chaotic time like Super Battle Golf. We're gonna have a chill online multiplayer kind of thing. So maybe see it for that. I'll probably get back to working on Metal Gear on stream soon, because that's the other brain rot. Now that I can get this out of my brain, I do need to put the Metal Gear brain rot back in. So thank you for joining. I'll be back in 2 days, but it does feels like the end of it. It's just not often that I finish every game in a franchise like this on stream. So I really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. Friend Slop Sunday. Not really a friend slop. It's gonna be hopefully a chill, fun time. Who could you? Oh God, I don't even know. PPP? Yeah, we could raid with PPP or Choo Choo Choo. Any kind of a rat adjacent thing you want to send out. So yeah, and yeah, I eagerly anticipate if and when Shutakumi walks out of his cave and is like, here's what I've been cooking. Whatever it is, if he's making something, I want to see it. So yeah, Choo Choo objection. Yeah, thanks again. I really do appreciate it. I don't just say that, I mean it. Thanks for hanging, chatting, lurking, whatever you're doing. I'll see you later. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Goodbye. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I hope you enjoyed Taga and this whole stupid pile of games. I had a lot of fun, and I appreciate you, VOD watchers, even though you don't get to yell at me in real time. I feel it through space and time when you put your head in your hands and you're like, God, just put it together. So thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Until the next one. Maybe. Bye.